Yeah.
Good afternoon and welcome to our first public hearing for the Planning and Development Committee. Today is February 21st. It is 1:05. Having trouble seeing without the glasses that should be. I'm sorry, 1:34, not 1:05. And so we will start this morning and this afternoon with our first testifier, and that is Deborah Shander of the Connecticut State Library, please.
Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, other distinguished members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Shander. I am the state librarian for Connecticut, and I speak in support of SB 148 concerning licenses for electronic books for libraries. The advent of ebooks in both text and audio form dramatically shifted the relationship between libraries and publishers and has moved us from traditional purchasing to renting collections through licensing. And these licenses greatly affect our core mission to provide equitable access of information to all citizens. Libraries face significantly steeper costs than consumers. We must pay those costs again and again to maintain access to the same content. We are limited in who we can lend those items to and for how long and in what way, and we may not even be given the option to purchase them at all. Our autonomy to make decisions about how to share and lend ebooks has been taken from us. Here are some specifics. Thanks to Connecticut first addressing this issue in 2013, the state library now operates the first of its kind in a statewide ebook platform. We spent $76,000 on ebooks and e-audio content so far this fiscal year and anticipate spending $130,000 by year end. These are materials that we share out to hundreds of public, school, academic, and other libraries. If each library bought its own content and maintained the necessary platform, that price tag would be north of $1.2 million a year. But we have already lost access to 13% of that content this year thanks to expiring licenses, and 16,000 of that 76,000 has been spent to renew licenses and maintain access. Like our public library counterparts, the bulk of our content is offered to us on one set of terms. One copy of an ebook can cost up to 6 times more than a consumer pays, and our access expires after 2 years, or the book has been borrowed 26 times, whichever occurs first. To keep providing that content, we need to purchase another license for another 2 years for another $55 or $95. Multiply that by every copy of every book that we want, and the costs add up. The state library is one player in this market. We provide content at a statewide level, but public, school, academic, and other libraries also are leasing their own content. We estimate that Connecticut public libraries now spend upwards of $3.5 million a year on e-content, all from materials that we neither own nor can keep. To be clear, we don't want to spend less. We just want to spend better. We will continue to support authors with our resources and our recommendations. We will continue to get electronic content from publishers and aggregators. But as it currently stands, the relationship between libraries and publishers on electronic books is too unbalanced. SB 148 seeks to create a framework so that is equitable for all concerned and puts the control of the library's mission back in the hands of those libraries. Thank you, and I am happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate having you here, and certainly starting off our ebook testimony with you is incredibly helpful. I was especially struck and would like you to just confirm that I got this correctly. You know, you said you spent about $76,000 so far this year. 16 of that has now gone to having to repurchase.
Yes, and that's about a quarter of what had expired this year. We had to make the decision of what to purchase or relicense, and about a quarter of that added up to 16,000 so far this year.
Okay, so we would be closer to, I'm trying to do fast math, and that's always a challenge.
Much of that money could have
Closer
been
to
respent.
$54,000 you would have spent if you were multiplying the 16 by 4
Correct.
to then replace what you already had in collection.
Correct.
And so do you have a sense of, you know, we talk about 26 uses in 2 years, other than infinity, is there, you know, which we obviously have with paper books or the life of the paper, you know, the book you can hold. Do you have a sense of what something fair would look like?
I think it depends on the particular circumstances and the libraries. One of the things that we would really love to see in this legislation is choice. Currently, libraries have no choice in what they are offered. It's 26 loans, 2 years. That is the standard offer. In some cases, a library may only want to have access for a limited period of time. The most popular new James Patterson, a library only needs to have copies of those for until the next one comes out. For example, an academic library on the other hand may want to have a copy of that book in perpetuity. And so what we're really hoping to see in this legislation is options beyond simply the take it or leave it terms that we're given now.
That makes sense. I'm sure I have other colleagues that would ask questions. Yes, no? Senator Fazio?
Thank you for your testimony. So you were saying that you think it's about $95 for the average ebook purchase or license?
That's typically for an audiobook. Ebooks tend to be somewhere in the $40 to $60 range per title, per copy. Audiobooks tend to be more at about $90.
Okay, so $50 for the average ebook over 2 years, or 26 uses, whichever comes first. On a physical book, so maybe the average purchase price is?
It's usually about $14 for a hardcover, for example, a little bit more for an audiobook.
Okay, and how many years do you get your average usage out of a hardcover?
Again, it could depend on the circumstances, but they could be used for decades in some cases.
Okay, well, thank you. The comparison's helpful.
Absolutely.
Obviously, the cost of producing a electronic book is a lot less than the cost of producing a physical book too.
Yeah.
So the inequality of the cost doesn't make a lot of sense from that standpoint too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before I get to our next question, just want to remind our panelists and our folks that are looking to testify that you do accept the invite to join the basically the account promotion, so that you can get into the room to actually testify on Zoom. Thanks so much. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you and the committee for raising this important bill. It's been quite a long process, and thank you, Ms. Shander, for your leadership on this. But getting to the core of it, this is a bill that's raised, but are there any other sector that you know of that has this kind of a cost disparity? And are libraries being singled out as an entity as regards to this disparity?
I think that's exactly the way to put it. Libraries are the only sector that are charged these costs or face this type of licensing for e-content.
I think the other part of it is share with me from a standpoint, pick any title. And I think the consumer needs to understand. I think we had this exercise in the past. What is a bestseller right now? What is being sold on Amazon for that book? What is being the cost purchased for your libraries? And what is that cost relative to an ebook? And I don't know if consumers really understand the price disparity, because a consumer that's buying such a book on Amazon gets to own that book, and the cost differential is I would defer to you to be able to offer some of that analysis. But the bottom line is, nowhere else is there any sector that's being singled out for these kind of price disparities. Could you articulate a little bit for the
Absolutely.
audience that may be listening and understanding?
Absolutely.
This is not a bunch of libraries complaining. It really is a significant cost differential that goes back and impacts taxpayers and equity concerns.
Absolutely. So for an example, one of the most popular titles that was checked out from the state library's collection is the same title that was the most popular in public libraries across the state last year. That was the book Lessons in Chemistry. I haven't seen it yet. I hear it's amazing, but that is an example of something that a public library and the state library, we may have a wait list or a hold list on a title like that it can be years long. And libraries can only afford to purchase so many copies to lend out for everybody who's interested in reading it. And so we found it very interesting that the state library's copy was just as popular as what was happening in public libraries. We typically focus on backlist and Connecticut focused titles. So our most popular title the year before was Agatha Christie, which is different than you would see in a public library, for example. It tells you how popular Lessons in Chemistry was, that our copy was just as used. So that is a book that would be, for example, the $55-ish for one copy of the ebook, about $90 for the audio book. And that would be for every copy. So if a library can afford to buy 24 copies, and that's all that they can do to work on that wait list, you multiply that $55 or $95 per title. I can tell you personally, I wait until everything is on sale on Amazon to buy my e-content. You know, if it might be released and it's $10, $15 to buy the ebook when it's released, I'll wait until there's a sale and it's $1.99 and I can keep that book for perpetuity. I will say we also don't own our content as consumers in this aspect either. We also are getting a license, but it's a license in perpetuity as opposed to one that is time metered. But does that help answer your question?
A little bit. You gave me some pricing, $90 for an audiobook. I think you said 50,
About 50,
50-ish
60.
for an ebook. How much would it cost to just get that book as a cost to you libraries?
I think a print copy would be probably about $15 when it's first released. An audiobook is a little bit more than that.
So you're looking at that contrast. You mentioned the 6 times the cost, but you own that book, and you're looking at an ebook that may be 6 times more that you only use for 24. And what would be the rationale given for that from the publishers in which you are negotiating contract to make that purchase? It really is a contractual relationship that you're buying the books from them, and you're making a price, they're making a bid, and you really don't have a choice, but it nevertheless remains a contract discussion between buyers and sellers. So can you articulate a little bit more on that?
I believe part of the reason the cost difference is in place is because, according to the publishers, the ebook content doesn't expire, doesn't need to be replaced, can't be damaged or dropped in the bath, or any of the things that may happen to a physical copy. So in a way that a library may need to purchase multiple copies, by having a term that expires, the publisher is receiving money occasionally in a way that it might for repurchasing a print copy as well. I think we can do for ourselves the math on that one.
Thank you for your time, and thank you, Madam Chair. My last question is, for you as the state librarian, can you kind of articulate your role in supporting our libraries and why your testimony in this area is so important and relevant?
Absolutely. So thank you for that question. The State Library is a resource that provides many different services to the citizens and officials of the state of Connecticut. We include state archives, public records. We have a reference department of our own, et cetera. But one of our departments is the Division of Library Development. We do not oversee or instruct public libraries in their own activities. That is all done at the local level. But we provide resources, we provide variety of funding through grant opportunities and other sources, and in ways that enhance a local library's services. So a local library is set up either at the municipal level or as a nonprofit, and they make their decisions, but the state library offers resources to help them enhance services that they are providing. So one of the ways that we do that in this particular case is we do have our statewide ebook platform. And as I mentioned, we tend to focus more on backlist titles. We focus on Connecticut authors. We also purchase a lot of resources for school libraries because they may not be able to provide the resources for themselves, and we're able to share them out on a statewide level rather than at an individual level. And because interlibrary loan can be limited from local libraries, we're able to share out to a greater number of people. But again, we are focusing on kind of content that the local libraries are not purchasing for themselves. So we're working together in partnership to help expand resources that the public has access to in this way.
Thank you very much for your time and information. And thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be remiss in not repeating again your leadership in this initiative and the true bipartisan effort that is occurring and the bicameral engagement, because we all love our libraries and we're looking to find solutions to ease the burden on our libraries to be able to provide critical public goods and services, which is what libraries are such an invaluable part. But I wanted to do a shout out and thank you for your leadership and initiative on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd return the shout out because you were certainly on this before I got here. And I certainly appreciate your leadership on this. I would also say that it's as much as we value our libraries, we also value our taxpayers. And these are taxpayer dollars at the end of the day. And so there needs to be transparency about how they're spent. And that is also part of this, I think. I am seeing no other questions or comments at this time. So thank you so much for your testimony and have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we welcome Martin Heft, who is our Undersecretary for OPM of Intergovernmental Policy and Planning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. And just for the record, as again, Martin Heft, Undersecretary, Intergovernmental Policy and Planning Division at the Office of Policy and Management. Good afternoon to everybody. Office of Policy and Management supports House Bill 5172, an act concerning the assessment of motor vehicles and property taxation. This bill makes revisions to the statutes relating to motor vehicle assessment and taxation. Legislation clarifies a number of areas to properly implement the provisions of sections 497 to 509 of Public Act 22-118, which made changes to the way municipalities tax motor vehicles. And you will recall that last year, the implementation date of that public act was postponed until October 1st of 2024. So these corrective changes in House Bill 5172 will allow for the proper implementation and allow for a more fair and equitable system, more efficient administration of the motor vehicle tax on the local level, transparency for all taxpayers by providing a predictable motor vehicle valuations that more accurately reflect the market, and creating labor and time saving for state and municipal officials. The bill's language follows Senate Bill 1208 from last legislative session, the amendment that was worked on as a collaborative effort. OPM worked diligently with numerous stakeholders on the implementation process, including your chairs here of Planning and Development. So thank you very much for working with us on this. Office of Policy and Management, Department of Motor Vehicles, our Assessors Association, the Tax Collectors Association, the vendors that have to implement this in the background, Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, and the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. So this language that you have put forward today as a bill in 5172, is a collaborative effort of all those organizations that everyone agreed upon with that amendment language. So we're moving that forward to hopefully have this passed, so that way this October 1st we can implement the language. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you so much. And I'll just start with one question. I know you said this bill helps us to accurately reflect the market. I know we saw exorbitant prices during the pandemic with motor vehicles. Could you just expand on that a little bit in terms of where we are now?
Sure. So, as we know, during the pandemic, kind of the supply and demand took effect, as well as, motor vehicles, as well as the housing market. We've seen those numbers start coming back down for that, where we had those higher numbers, especially on used motor vehicles. That was part of the issue looking at this whole proposal and postponing it. We're seeing those numbers drop back down to where they were at. Obviously, there's still increases as, cost of living and those prices go up, but we are starting to see all of those stabilize. And by the time this gets implementation, predictions are that this will be back to kind of normal, if you will, levels.
Okay. Any further? Go ahead, Representative Gawrostowski. We're gonna get all these names today, once and for all.
Practice, are we? Madam Chair? Yeah, thank you for coming in today. I know a lot of us have worked pretty hard on this. And I think my feeling is that it solves the problem that we had last year. But have you actually run any numbers on how it impacts municipalities dollar wise?
The Office of Policy Management has worked with the Connecticut Association Assessor's Office. They have a motor vehicle subcommittee. And yes, they have run numbers. They have provided them to CCM and to cost for the municipal impact on the depreciation schedules and everything. So that was all part of the entire process of us going through this. And we have provided updated numbers that we've received, this year, as well, as we're starting to see the trends.
That's what I was concerned about, whether or not this year made any difference and any different result from what we're looking at last year.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we're starting to see the valuation numbers start dropping back down on that and becoming more, equal, to kind of what the relation that they were prior to the pandemic.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much for your testimony. Have a great
Thank you.
afternoon. I don't see Representative Gresco here or online. Just another reminder that if you're being asked to promote to being a panelist, please do so that we can actually hear from you today. We'll skip to number 4, Laura Ermshire. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And she's with the West Hartford Public Library, Director of Library Services.
Good afternoon. Honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee, thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I'm here to speak in support of SB 148 concerning library ebooks. My name is Laura Ermshire, and I am the director of the West Hartford Public Library. Last year, my library loaned just over 700,000 physical and digital items to Connecticut residents. Like most libraries, our digital collections have seen tremendous growth over the last several years. Unfortunately, costs for libraries specifically have also risen dramatically. Currently, the average title of an ebook or digital audiobook costs 6 to 10 times more than a physical item. And on top of that, licenses expire after 1 or 2 years, meaning we are constantly renting the same titles over and over again. Because of the cost disparity, we are able to rent fewer titles for our digital collection, leading to a limited selection and fewer copies, causing patrons to have to wait longer. The average wait time for an ebook on hold in West Hartford has gone up 52% in the last 2 years. That is an additional wait of 22 days. In West Hartford, 41% of our cardholders use digital collections. This is an issue that affects a large portion of my library users every day. And to give an example of a specific book to help put it into perspective, I'll just tell you about The Heaven and Earth Grocery Store by James McBride. This book was published in August, so it's not a brand new book, but it's still popular and many West Hartford residents would like to read it. As of the end of January, we had 14 copies of the ebook and they cost $55 each for 2 years. With 133 holds, the last person in line will get this book in about 7 months. We have 20 copies of the physical book that we paid $15.40 for. Together, we paid less for those 20 copies than the 14 ebook copies. We have 58 holds, and the last person in line will get their book in just over 2 months. That is a 5-month difference in wait time. Providing ebooks and audiobooks is not just about meeting popular demand, it is also about equity of access. There are all sorts of reasons why ebooks or digital audiobooks are more accessible than physical books, including visual impairments, 24/7 remote access, and much more. If you're a patron where an ebook or a digital audiobook is the only format you can use, you have to wait 5 more months than the patron who can use the print book. You have to navigate an unnecessarily complicated system where titles that were in the collection one day have disappeared the next. Public libraries are here to level the playing field and provide books to all types of users. These unfair licensing terms are making it impossible for libraries to fulfill their mission and provide equitable access to everyone. Please support SB 148. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question for you, your customer or your client, which your customer, I guess, who has to wait 5 months for an ebook. We have interlibrary loan for real copies. Is there an option for that person to get the e-copy earlier if they can get it from a different library? Is that actually an option or not?
It's not an option due to the licensing terms. Libraries can't share collections of digital books like they can the physical books. So you have to be a West Hartford cardholder to access the West Hartford collection. Another resident in a different town would have to access the ebooks in their library's collection. We can't share.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that information. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I think that speaks to the fact that it's, again, unfair. And I would just say, do you see in your capacity as librarian, do you see certain age groups affected more than others? I mean, obviously this affects all library patients, but in terms of who uses the library most, would you, is it seniors? Is it teenagers? Is it, is there a group over another that you see more often?
I would say that it affects all users, but in different ways. So elderly people or people with vision issues, their eyesights are going, they want ebooks where they can increase the font size. They're very helpful to them. I have other users that are maybe young parents that can't get into the library, their schedules don't allow it, or they're taking care of their children. It's difficult to come in. They want to get ebooks, but they can't access them during our regular hours. My daughter in particular is 10 and she goes through ebooks faster than anyone, and is always asking me, Mommy, you're the director of the library. Why can't you get me the book I want? So we see it across the board. In any way that a library user wants to interact with a book, these terms are hurting them and keeping them from doing that.
Okay, thank you. I see no other questions at this time. Thank you so much for your testimony.
you.
Now we'll go back to Representative Joe Gresko.
Apologies for missing my slot. I
Good to
got
see you, sir.
accosted in the hallway, as you can imagine. Good afternoon, chairs, rankings, members, State Representative Joe Gresko, District 121, here to testify in favor of House Bill 5168. It's a good next step as we continue down our path of renewable energy expansion. Connecticut, as you recall, approved self-financed EV charging stations for condo owners at their designated parking spaces. They have to pay for it. Now, standalone condo units can have the option of placing rooftop solar. As a member of Energy and Technology, we plan on focusing on solar this session, potentially removing the commercial cap and the like. But know that existing rooftop solar residential has assisted our state with peak issue demands, even in winter. Proven technology already helping. So let's continue that trend. I understand it would be a tough lift for all condo buildings, but when this law potentially gives owners the power, so to speak, communal buildings could be next, potentially funding the condo association itself, potentially lowering HOA fees. Who knows? I won't take the entire time because we can talk during session days. But lastly, I have to say yay for ebooks because my librarian in Stratford, Sherry Szymanski, Sherry, I'm here. I'm in favor of it. Yeah, they have a very powerful lobby. Thank you. And I'd be willing to answer questions if there were any.
I'd say they're like a bunch of moms a lot of time. And
Oh, yeah.
they will find you in a good way. Any questions for Representative Gresko? Representative Drubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Gresko, for coming in. Last year, we passed a bill to require a bond, remediation bond essentially for certain solar installations. And that provided the funds for when the panels reach the end of their useful lives in certain installations. What happens to the panels when they're on a condo and they're no longer useful?
You obsolete as far as technology, or the next owner doesn't want it?
Well, let's say they don't work anymore. They run out of juice.
Well, it depends on, let's say I have that condo and I enter into a public PPA, a power purchase agreement with a specific company. The one I have on my roof, it's the company's responsibility to make sure that they are making as much energy as possible so that they are cost effective. And I was told when I signed my contract that don't be surprised if in a few years, when the technology is better, somebody's knocking on your door saying, we're going to go up to your roof and make the technology even better. But to your point, as far as maybe they reach the end of their life after 20 years, we have a bill on environment this year that's going to start the conversation about an extended product responsibility and recycling for solar panels going forward, because we have to start thinking about it.
Okay, so the panels you're talking about are leased?
On my roof,
Yeah.
they're leasing the space on my roof. It is their panels. So I get a lower fee for my electric bill per month. It's the same fee every month. And the energy that's generated from my roof goes back to the grid, and I get a substantially reduced amount of a monthly bill.
And do you happen to live in a condo?
I don't.
Okay, so going back to solar installations on condos, is there a difference in with regard to this bill as to if the panels are leased or if they're purchased?
I think that would be up to since it's a standalone unit and you kind of have the decision over what you do, if anything, on your own unit, you could probably choose to purchase the technology itself, or do that power purchase agreement and have a contract, and you're basically leasing that space out on the roof, especially if it's, owner occupied.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Zula.
Sorry to keep you. Just to follow up to Rep. Dubitsky's questions. Thank you for your testimony and for your explanations. Just to clarify on that. So I don't know that this is exactly what he was getting at, but now he got me thinking about it. When somebody purchases panels, right? They're the personal property of the person who purchases them, right? Whether it's at the very beginning when they start the solar journey, or maybe it's even at the end with a buyout or at some point during the process. Once those panels become the personal property of the homeowner, of the condo owner, to your knowledge, at least as it's put in here, as it's being raised today, does it address what happens when the person sells the unit? In other words, do they have to convey those panels to the next person? How are they treated as a limited common element? Do you know what happened to know?
It's not a mandate. It's in other words, if I'm selling my condo or my home to you, and we're 10 years into the 20-year contract, the way the provision originally was signed was that I can bequeath that over to you if you want to. If you don't want to, it's also part of the contract that the company that I have, I'm not going to say who, but will come and take the panels down. And I'm sure that's how this language would end up happening in the condo association.
In a lot of the contracts that I see for solar panels, the companies aren't always required to take them down. A lot of times, if the next person won't assume the payments, then the person who originally bought them or leased them has to pay them off, and then the company will come take them, but they won't usually take them or always take them if the new people won't assume that obligation. And the only reason I'm asking all of this is because I think I'm starting to understand at least where Rep. Dubitsky was getting to. I think we just need to make sure that we provide for situations where the when it's leased, these are going to be okay. When it's purchased, it may become an issue. We just need to make sure we provide for it in the bill. And if it's not in this bill, I just think we need to make sure it's addressed. And actually your testimony in that exchange helped me make that note. So thank you for the.
No,
testimony.
agreed.
Thank you. At this time, I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Have a
Thank
good
you.
afternoon. Up next, we have Alicia, I hope I'm saying this correctly, Sharamut from the Rivers Alliance. I do not see Alicia on our Zoom panel yet. We will come back if she joins us. Next up, Reverend Elizabeth Arulampalam from Centered Church of Hartford. When you're ready.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, everyone. How are you all? Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm Reverend Liza Arulampalam. I'm the Senior Minister of Centered Church in Hartford, and I am here to testify in support of House Bill 5174. Our congregation, Centered Church, was Hartford's first church. The state constitution actually came from a sermon that was preached by our founding minister, Thomas Hooker. And we are located right in downtown Hartford, right on Bushnell Park. And since our founding, part of our faith has always been to meet the needs of the unhoused community in Hartford. It is literally something that we have been doing since the 19th century. And this winter has been one of the worst that even our oldest members have seen in terms of the numbers when it comes to unhoused individuals in the city of Hartford. And as a result of the really statewide issue, the statewide rise in homelessness that we're probably all aware of, our church made the decision this winter to serve as an overnight warming shelter from December 1st until March 1st. So we're almost done. And we made the decision to do it 7 days a week. And many people told us that we were crazy and that we would not be able to do it 7 days a week with just one part-time staff member and a bunch of volunteers. But we did it because there was literally no other choice. Our city has one city warming shelter, city warming center, and all of the shelter beds are full. If you call 211, you are put on a long wait list. If you ask any unhoused person, they will tell you that. And so this is literally a matter of life or death for people. Literally, people freeze and die on the streets outside of our church every year because they have nowhere to go. The fact is that there are just not enough places to send people in the city, in Hartford. We, as a city, and as all of the shelters will tell you this, are at capacity. On the first night that we opened, evening of December 1st, we had almost 90 people lined up before our warming center opened for 40 spots. And here's the thing, the vast number of unhoused guests that we serve at Centered Church are not Hartford residents. They come to our church from all over. Many of them are from suburbs all around the state of Connecticut, but they come to our city because there are no shelters available for them in their hometowns. And so the reason I bring this up is because this is a regional problem. And so it needs a regional solution. And I think that's what this bill will seek to address. As a clergy person, I talk to a lot of other clergy people across all faith traditions. And I know that there are churches and mosques and temples
Reverend,
that would
3 minutes are complete. Please wrap up.
Okay. So I'm personally grateful that Hartford has allowed us to serve as a shelter. And my hope is that the other municipalities, churches and mosques and other municipalities will be able to do the same because that is part of our worship as churches, mosques, all of that. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And would you mind just finishing the piece? You were saying you talk to people all over the state in various religious organizations. If you wouldn't mind just.
Yeah, I was just saying that there's a number of other clergy and congregations that would be willing to step up. I think many of us clergy feel that this is part of our worship. And so there's an irony in limiting the way that houses of worship can serve their communities by saying that they can't serve them in this way, when to us, this is a part of our worship as houses of worship.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Questions? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You will probably derive from my questions that I think this is a fairly dangerous bill. But I do have some questions about it. This talks about not allowing that a town can prohibit where is it? Prohibit the occupancy of any shelter unit by more than one family or two unrelated individuals. What does that mean in your view?
Is that a question for me or for?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
I mean, this is specific to the bill, so that's not what I'm here to speak about.
You're not here to speak about this bill?
I'm here. So there are other homeless subject expert matters, and I think there are many folks here who are experts on the bill. I'm here to speak about what we've seen on the ground in my community and the moral, I think, push that as clergy people, many of us feel to serve the unhoused members of our communities.
Okay, so your testimony is a general feeling that the legislature should do something about homelessness, not necessarily supporting this particular proposal. Is that right?
My general feeling is that if we are to be called houses of worship in the towns where we are, serving the homeless is an integral part of our worship, and our municipalities should not prevent us from doing such.
Okay, are you supporting the proposal to allow every property that's owned by a religious organization to have up to 8 temporary structures within setback 10 feet from a property line? Are you supporting that proposal?
I think that would be at the discretion of the house of worship, how they would want to use their property.
Okay, so, and you don't, do you think that the town should have, and then the people of the town should have any input into that?
I think that the municipality should allow it to be at the discretion of the houses of worship of how they choose to worship.
Okay, and what type of temporary structures would you envision in your on your church property, for example?
Our church properties does not have temporary structures. The shelter that we operate is within our building.
No, I understand, but this bill would allow your church to have up to 8 temporary structures. What kind of structures would you envision? Would they be wooden? Would they be like shipping container houses? What kind of structures would you be thinking about?
I am not thinking about any of those structures.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. As you can imagine, as the legislature and especially the Planning and Development Committee, we do need to think about those structures because we need to anticipate that any one of those or others could, under this bill, be put on every church property in the state as of right without any input from the town. So I thank you for coming in. I certainly support your feelings about doing things to help people who don't have a place to live. I just don't think that this is the correct proposal. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming out here and testifying. Thank you for your concerns with the homeless community. It's a great need. I know that down in my district, it's overwhelming for a lot of the services, organizations, and agencies down here. So my question to you is, in terms of if we were to approve this as a temporary fix for the homelessness, do you have some sort of long-term plan in terms of how you will be able to help the homeless population transition to a permanent type of housing? Are you working with agencies and organizations in your town?
That's a great question. Thank you for that question. And later on today, actually, the woman who runs our warming center, Carrie Howe, is going to be testifying. So specific questions I would direct to her, but I will say that yes, over the past month, because we will be closing March 1st, we've been working to transition all of the 40 guests that we've had. And I just spoke to her this morning, and as of this morning, I believe we have about 5 of the 40 who have not gotten housing or shelter beds or whatever. So she works with them to develop a transition plan because we're not a year-round shelter. It's just for the winter month.
Okay, so you're just looking more in terms of utilizing, if we were to pass this type of legislation, you would be looking for it as more of a winter type of temporary proposal.
Well, I
For
think
your particular church.
Yeah, I think every house of worship probably would make a different decision based on their staffing capacity and volunteer capacity and all of that. So I can only speak to what we have done as an example. Some might choose to do it year round. For us in Hartford, the need was really for the warming shelter during the winter months.
If you were to do a temporary, where would your funding come from to be able to make your adjustments on your facility?
So ours was privately funded by donations and different endowment funds we have, but we were offered there's a lot of different funding sources available to churches that I'd be happy to speak about. And I would encourage you to ask Carrie about that when she testifies later too, because she was offered a lot of different opportunities and we were able to just privately fund it with donors and things like that. But there are grant opportunities available for churches or mosques, temples, should they choose to do that.
If this legislation is passed, do you think that some of these house of worships would be entitled to some state funding for homelessness?
Yeah, I would imagine so, or even depending on your town or city. I know that there was city funding available to us that we didn't use. It was allocated elsewhere, but there's lots of different funding sources, state and local.
Well, thank you for those answers, and once again, I thank you for just taking the initiative to open your doors to the homeless population. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much for your testimony. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Maureen Sullivan of the American Library Association. When you're ready.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I wanted to come and speak to you this afternoon because this is an issue that has been of deep concern to me for a long time. When I was president of the American Library Association, we had delegations going to meet with the publishers because the publishers, like libraries, were really caught in a situation where the digital revolution, as it was happening, was causing a lot of disruption. And we heard from librarians across the country that the publishers were beginning to take action that was going to preclude access to the content that was so important. So we took it upon ourselves to ask the publishers to meet with us. And this is the big 6 publishers. And while there's been some change in the organizations of these publishers, they're pretty much the same set. And early on, the publishers were taking actions such as this. They stopped selling to libraries. They put embargoes on some of the titles that were very popular. and they began to put in place the differential pricing model. We did the very best that we could to continue to frame the conversations around common ground. And this is the common ground as we saw it. Publishers, as well as libraries and librarians, want readers to have access to content, whatever it is that they choose to have as that content. We also thought part of the common ground was we were being caught unawares about the real implications of content being made available digitally. So we sought to establish conversations in which the publishers would understand the effects on libraries of the decisions that they were making. One area in which we had some success was 3 of those publishers early on decided to try pilot programs to see how they could meet the needs of libraries, but still, I guess, receive the kind of funding that they were hoping to get. The other challenge that we faced, and we worked through this very carefully, is the misconceptions about what it would mean for libraries to be able to buy ebooks in the way that we were buying print books. What's happened more recently is those misconceptions, some of which still exist, have now been accompanied by misinformation that is put out there. I commend you for the way in which this bill has been written. I, as a citizen of Connecticut, will be watching to see support grow for this bill so that we get to a point where librarians can do what they've always done so well, manage their budgets so they're using the resources that taxpayers provide to them to ensure that their collections are available no matter what the format and that they're available to everyone. I'm sure most of you are well aware that one of the distinctive characteristics of a library is that it provides service, programs, and content regardless of socioeconomic status. I also want to be sure that you're aware that a number of smaller and mid-sized publishers did not take the step that the big 6 were taking. They continued to have a working relationship with libraries to make sure that libraries could purchase the content that they chose for their communities. Again, I thank you, and I hope that all of you will support this bill becoming law, because this law has a chance to really make a difference in the lives of the people of Connecticut. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate you driving home the seriousness of this, because the lack of access is almost a borderline free speech issue in my mind, because, you know, while we hear that there is protection of authors by the publishers, which I don't think all authors agree with based on their paychecks, the reality of this is that they are really hindering our access, and that is not what we're about in the United States of America, certainly. So I really thank you for that. Any questions? Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. It was very helpful to us, and as has been the testimony in favor of this bill from many, and the work on this committee in favor of this bill by many. Given your kind of perspective and your experience as president of the American Library Association, why do you think, or what do you think are the dynamics at play in the publishing industry? Does it surprise you? You mentioned the small, medium-sized publishers haven't been playing the same, hardball that some of the bigger publishers have. Does it surprise you, or do you think that some of the bigger publishers might try to undercut, lower prices in order to kind of improve their stance in the market? I just, because you've seen it all, you have a lot of perspective on the industry.
So
I just want to hear kind of your perspective on where you see players in the market, publishers kind of going as is.
what I can say in response to your question is one of the first things we saw 13 years ago is that each of them had a different financial model. They had different interests. There was very little that was cutting across them except for the desire to get more revenue from the ebook sales. I also can suggest to you that part of the difficulty with the larger ones is that they're owned by major corporations, and the people who are making the financial decisions are so much further away from those who are actually selling to libraries. One of the best sources of information for us was the representatives from the publishers to the libraries and how they were seeing the picture. And I can remember several conversations where those representatives were saying, you in the library field are on the right path and you need to persist in this. And that is, of course, what you're also seeing here. 13 years later, it's still an issue. We now can see that we're going to have support from this committee and I hope from the legislature, but we're going to continue to persist because access to information in whatever format is at the heart of not only what we do, but it's at the heart of who we are.
It's just so surprising to me that I can get on Amazon and buy, a book, a hardcover book for $20, and I could buy the ebook for $12. But you all are buying the hardcover book for $15 and the ebook for $50. It's something, it's very much out of whack. I am kind of surprised, frankly, that, some of the big publishers, wouldn't see an opportunity to expand their sales by lowering the price. But, maybe it is appropriate for, public libraries or an area of cognizance of the government and us to direct the libraries that, don't purchase something that doesn't seem affordable, so, maybe that will bring publishers to the table. That's one of the reasons why I think the people who have worked on this bill I've been impressed by how thoughtful they are on it. And this might be proper recourse to say, hey, it's not like I don't think you should be able to sell these books, but, this is an area we're in charge of. And I don't think we're getting a good price, and we're going to express that in statute because these are public entities. So thank you for your testimony.
And I really appreciate what you were just saying, because the average person who comes to understand this, and I'm sure it happened with most, if not all of you, has the same question. How can it be? How can you make the case for that differential? Particularly when you remember producing the digital item costs less than the print. One quick thing, and then I'll move on. The other thing that was such a surprise at the beginning was their assumption that if they sold at a fair price to libraries, they would lose money because the libraries would not only be able to rent or loan the item so many times, but it would take away from an interest on the part of the readers in print. And that has not happened. We have people who prefer print. We have people who prefer the digital. And what delights me is to see young people who like both. And there, of course, are people who are waiting to see what's coming next. Is there another format that's going to come and challenge us?
Senator Frank.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Sullivan, thank you very much for your work. I think the national recognition for what you do is well deserved. But you're retired?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. All right. No. Well, once a librarian, always a librarian. So God bless you. I was intrigued by your background, and you don't just come into it from a librarian perspective and a national leadership, but you also was part of a task force in regards to technology and innovation in our library. So this better understanding of not just simply looking at books, but understanding and being savvy and aware of the technology shift that we're undergoing. And this has been 13 years. Not much has changed. So can you just kind of articulate where the pricing hasn't changed, but technology has evolved so quickly to the point that in music, we have Spotify, in regards to electronic books, we have Amazon on a free market basis. But in this sector, in the 13 years you've seen it, and your engagement and familiarity and knowledge in the area of innovation and technology related to libraries, this really has not moved at all.
And one of you pointed out earlier, I think it was Deborah who responded, this is the one sector where we see this differential pricing. And as Senator Fazio was pointing out earlier, it does not make sense.
And absolutely, this is one of the reasons we have this kind of public hearing, is to inform the public that once they understand it, it really does not make sense. I found it intriguing that in your experience, you found that the publishers chose to selectively punish and limit access. And I think that's one of the cores of what we're looking at, because one of the foundations, and it's truly important for us to respect creative and intellectual properties and copyright protection. No doubt at all. It's a foundation of arts and creativity. But this is about contract law. And if you're talking about, even from your experience, that one party can make a unilateral decision to withhold goods and services because they can. Now, you as a library couldn't, when they were boycotting you or restricting your access to those books, you couldn't go to Amazon or go to Barnes and Noble and buy that book and sell it and use it in because they would say you're violating the contract of the buying. But they have the unilateral ability in their contract negotiations with you to say, no, we don't want to sell these books to you. Talk about that a little bit from a standpoint of fairness, but also in regards to contract law.
Yeah. And they moved beyond that. But of course, now where we are is it's licensing for a set period of time. And as you've heard my colleagues, and you'll hear from other colleagues too, make the point that we're constantly in a position of trying to keep up and make sure that we are effective stewards of the resources that we have to purchase these items. And you didn't say this, but as I was listening to you, Senator Huang, I was thinking they were really and still are holding us hostage.
Which leads to me in asking the question of equity, fairness. But it's not just our libraries that are getting hurt, because the goal of the library is to be able to provide access to information, knowledge, and the resources that library is so valued for. This is limiting access to the public to be able to get this information. You're not a for-profit entity. You're trying to provide resource, knowledge, and access to literature and information. And this is a limiting in equity. And I think, as the chair mentioned earlier, it also limits your resources. The amount of money that you have inexorably have to pay for electronic books takes away from other critical services like young teenage youth sources, early reading programs, supportive community, internet access. That gets taken away from what the library could also provide. And it's value added. And so it's budgetary, but it's also equity and access. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
I'd be very happy to, because what you're really describing is what is at the heart of our persistence. We understand that every person who comes in and has access to the content they're seeking or they want is doing so for a purpose. And the library exists. Our communities invest in our libraries so that those resources can be made available. And as you were making your point, one of the things I was realizing is when we have children come in and use the library and can get the content in whatever format works for them, that is a mechanism for them to tap their own creativity, to eventually become producers of that creativity. And our library leaders, especially here in Connecticut, recognize how vital the library, with its information and its knowledge, is to the experience of everyone in the community. And we also live daily with the recognition that democracy dies in darkness and libraries provide the light. All of this is just so important. And to have one way of providing content be shut off or minimized for us is a challenge that we're going to continue to fight to overcome.
Thank you very much for your leadership and insights. And again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I would just remind everyone that the U.S. share of ebooks, the market, is almost $20 billion in 2022. So just to put a fine point on how much money we're talking about in terms of, you know, where the money's going and how much they're raking in. So thank you so much for your testimony today.
And I just want to close by saying that is a really effective way to close this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. We're going to go back to Alicia Sharamut. I again hope I'm saying your name correctly. You're joining us online. Thanks so much.
Did very well, thank you. So my name is Alicia Sharman. I'm the Executive Director of Rivers Alliance of Connecticut, and I'm here to speak on HB 5170 and act concerning extensions of time for certain municipal commission board and agency decisions and training for inland wetlands agencies. So one of the services that Rivers Alliance provides is we help folks out, whether it be a watershed group or an individual, navigate the land use processes in their town when they have concerns about an application impacting their local water resources. And we have been looking at ways to improve that over the past few years. And so we actually last session initiated the training for all land use commissioners last session. And the reason why is because these folks are the front lines right now on making sure that our communities are resilient to climate change in ways. Their decisions impact water quality, water quantity issues, and having every commissioner trained is absolutely vital. The training that DEP provides can be done at a volunteer's they're on their own time. They're 1 hour modules. There are 8 modules. So it could be 1 hour a month for 8 months. Again, at their pace. So it isn't a huge burden. And I would say that it probably ends up, I mean, imagine being on a sport, only one person knowing all of the rules and how to, and that you would have to stop play every time, you know, somebody had to stop and ask a question, whether this is something they should be doing or not. I wouldn't be on that team for very long. So you may actually find more invested volunteers and less frustrated volunteers, and also less frustrated applicants. You know, with more volunteers trained and more understanding of how they should be basing their decisions, I can see a better timeline and process for applicants. And so I am very much in favor of the training aspect of this. We do strongly oppose the extensions of time in this proposal, as well as the change in language. It is quite confusing. So I'll leave it at that. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. And if you just would like to expound on the opposition to the second piece, that would be great.
Sure. So 65 days allows for 2 regular meetings. And if it's a very complicated application, usually it needs all of that. And with a reduction to 45 days, there is a good probability that the commission is going to have a special meeting. And that's a burden on volunteer commissioners. So leaving it at 65 is I think best all around, and the way the process has been working.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Pete Myers from CBIA.
Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Peter Myers. I'm a public policy associate for CBIA, which one of the committees I get to cover is Planning and Development. So I will be brief in my comments for today. CBIA is in strong support of House Bill 5167, an act concerning property tax abatement for certain first-time homebuyers. This bill would allow a municipality to abate up to $500 a year for certain first-time homebuyers who purchased a home using a CHFA home loan for up to 5 years. Now, we all know Connecticut's at a time where home prices are at a record high, and first-time homebuyers are struggling with high costs. And additionally, our state has right now over 90,000 jobs open. And one of the reasons that we're hearing employers are struggling to hire them those jobs are the high cost of housing in our state. So we are hopeful that this bill will be part of the wide variety of bills that will help to make housing a little bit more affordable in our state and help employers recruit and retain employees. So we are strongly behind this bill and ask the committee to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Have a great afternoon. Up next, we have Tim Healy, who is a commander from the Avon VFW Post 3272. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Thanks for having me here. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I am Tim Healy. I'm the commander of the Avon VFW Post 3272 in Avon, Connecticut, and I live in Canton. I'm testifying about Bill 5174, which we in general support, but our real interest there is in expanding the scope of it, and the testimony is as follows. VFW Post 3272 in Avon is in the middle of a project to co-sponsor an Afghan family whose members helped U.S. and coalition forces during the conflict in Afghanistan. We believe that our nation and our state has a serious moral obligation to support these families. They put their lives on the line for us. Over 800 such family members have been killed by the Taliban in Afghanistan since 2022. To give you a sense of how serious this is. When a family arrives in Connecticut, it is by definition homeless, hence our interest in attaching our concerns to this bill. Part of our project requires us to find appropriate temporary housing for a family, specifically housing that's close to public transportation, since they don't have cars or any other way to get around like that. It has to be close to schools, employment, healthcare, shopping, and related services. The family, as we mentioned before, will not have a car or any other way to get around. That really restricts the housing pool that we. So resettlement agents tell us that due to the constraints imposed by these requirements, finding housing, appropriate housing, is a daunting challenge for them. As it emerged in our research, several former rectory buildings in the Archdiocese of Hartford that might be suitable for this purpose could be made available. Now, the religious groups, as you heard before, may also have equally suitable buildings available. Current law, Connecticut law, specifically CGS 1281, Section 7 is modified by HB 5168, passed last May, states that such buildings can maintain tax-exempt status if they're used for temporary housing stays that, on average, whatever that might mean, last for 6 months or less. There also seem to be some subsidy issues that could render such stays non-charitable. We would like to make it as easy as possible for church authorities to decide to help legal and deserving refugees with confidence and let their properties be used in this manner. We would also like your help consider modifying the language of this statute or amplifying the language of HB 5174 in such a way that the Connecticut General Statutes now clearly state that nonprofit church properties, mosque properties, synagogue properties used to house legal refugees temporarily remain tax exempt. If this language is too broad, then at least allow refugees with special immigrant visas to be housed. And we'd also like if it's like it to be permissible for funds to pay rent to come from the government or other nonprofit organizations, our VFW, Catholic Relief Services, Jewish Family Services, IRIS, remain tax exempt and untaxable because this is necessary because refugees have no resources of their own and funds for covering housing have to come from other sources, namely our pocketbooks. The time limits for temporary housing is either eliminated, we'd like to see that, or extended to a maximum of 18 to 24 months if there has to be a limit. The limit of...
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are complete. Please wrap up.
Okay, I will wrap up then. Okay, we just need the things to be changed such that the children can complete at least 1 year of school and people have enough time to get a job and learn how to and move on in their lives to permanent housing. And since I'm over my 3 minute limit, I'll close it right there. Thank you and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Healy. So just to clarify, you're asking that this be added into 5174, which deals with homelessness and shelter on religious properties, to include amending it so that we would be able to allow for these special status refugees to be housed. Can you talk a little bit more about these rectory houses that the church has or multiple churches have? that
Sure,
could be for this
I'll give you
purpose?
a case in point. There's one in a town not too far from here. I'm obviously not going to use names. That could easily handle a family of 10. It sits on a bus line. Public transportation is available. It's within walking distance of shopping, employment, healthcare, their local place of worship, which would be a mosque, and it's ideal. The number of places where they're available that suit those specific requirements is really limited. However, when you speak to the people who are in charge of it, then one of their main concerns is that they don't want to run afoul of municipal or state statutes that would render the church property taxable. Then the purpose isn't to start a business and to run a boarding house or any other such thing on the church property. Is very specifically to help a refugee family get situated in Connecticut. And it's temporary because the people will eventually move on to housing closer to other relatives of theirs or perhaps even another state. But when they get here, they need a substantial amount of time to get their language skills up to speed. They need to be able to collect some dollars to be able to support themselves in their newly found country. They need to learn English. The kids need to become accustomed to learning in school. And so to tell someone you have to do that all in 6 months is it's rather unreasonable.
Thank you so much. I actually have some experience with this with a Syrian refugee family that we helped a few years ago. And you're right, it took us a good 2 years.
Yeah.
Any questions from Representative Dubitsky?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in. I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. I know you had a lot to say and you were speaking kind of quickly, so I may have missed some of what you're proposing that we change this to. Are you suggesting that in addition to church property, that other nonprofits, any property owned by a nonprofit be included? Is that what I heard you say?
No, that's a good idea. But what I specifically said is that the constraints on the use of existing church property for housing refugee families, a specific classification of homeless people, be simplified or and constraints perhaps even eliminated so that we can accept people who have helped us further our national and our state goals to find refuge in the United States. Their lives are at risk. It can't continue like that.
Okay, so the group of people I think you were talking about is people from Afghanistan who come from the war zone. Did I catch that correctly?
Yes, broadly speaking, it's well, Afghanistan for sure, but other places where people have been engaged in fighting, shall we call it, policies that don't accord with the United States interests, and they've actually put their lives on the line to help us, be it in Syria, be it in Iraq, be it in Afghanistan. These people have said, okay, we're putting our money down on the United States, and we owe them a debt of service back to them to save their lives and bring them to our country where they uniformly turn out to be outstanding citizens.
Okay, what about the 10 million people who have come across the southern border in the last 3 years?
And that's a separate thought, sir. That's not our concern right now. Our concern is very specifically for refugee people who have been vetted by the State Department, NSA, FBI, and so on. There's a 2-year vetting process, and the way it works is if you want to get out of Afghanistan, you apply or you escape to Pakistan or someplace like that where you can, they're called lily pad countries, someplace where you can be safe for a while. And you apply through the appropriate channels, and the State Department will then spend 2 years to vet you and make sure that you're not a terrorist and have no criminal record and so on. And then you get put in the queue to enter the United States. And the State Department has a a contract with the World Council of Churches, which in turn has subcontracts with groups like the one we're working with, the Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services in New Haven, to resettle people in specific parts of the country. So that's the general framework under which this thing appears. It's not about housing illegal aliens at all. What it's really doing is asking us to expand the notion of what you mean in this bill by temporary housing to include housing that already exists. There are no neighborhood issues. These things are already there. Nobody's complained. They fit in the neighborhood. You're not getting any money for them because they're tax exempt. Or all we're asking you to do is to adjust the rules such that refugees can legally and realistically be housed in structures that already exist and would serve the purpose quite nicely.
Okay, this bill that we're talking about, 5174, that would allow the all religious properties owned by religious organizations to have up to 8 temporary structures. So let's say that in Avon, you're from Avon, right? Or you're...
Yeah, I live in Canada. Post is in Avon, yes.
Okay, so the post is in Avon. So on West Main Street in Avon, there's a Congregational church. Let's say they decide to put 8 shipping containers that have been turned into temporary structures, temporary housing units, plop them on the front lawn of the Avon Congregational Church on West Main Street. Are you suggesting that there be a limitation that people who have come across the border illegally should not be allowed to live there, but people who have been brought over from Afghanistan or some other conflict area should be allowed to live there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't know how you construed that from the comments, but I'd heard your previous comments about the types of housing units that might be allowed, and certainly whatever housing is put in has to meet the building codes in the municipalities and the National Building Code as well. And quite frankly, if you put some Connex cubicles in the front of his church, you wouldn't have much of a congregation left before long. I think you have to give people some sense of some accommodate, some credit for being able to do what's both realistic and also what's appropriate in the community at the same time. So I wouldn't be alarmed about that. As far as illegal aliens, that's just not in the scope of the comments at all.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming in to discuss this. As you can imagine, I see some significant problems in this bill.
Oh yeah, that's clear. I understand.
But thank you for giving your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions at this time, thank you so much for your testimony. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Janet Brooks.
Hello, I'm Attorney Janet Brooks, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5170 for mandatory training for all Wetlands Commission members and staff. That is across the board, all. No exceptions for attorneys, and one of the commenters suggested, why not other professionals, suggesting surveyors or soil scientists, add to that. I've been doing wetlands training since 1990 when I worked with DEP to develop the legal aspect when I was in the Attorney General's office, and for 18 years facilitated the wetlands practice group. I've been in private practice since then, have continued doing, I currently do wetlands training. And I want to give you the idea of some of the questions that folks would need to contemplate as commission members and see whether you think people going to law school or becoming soil scientists would be able to answer these questions based on that experience. Can a wetlands agency place a condition in a permit for activities in the adopted upland review area for impact or plant or animal life? Does your answer to that change if it's denying an application based on that? Does it change again if it's outside the established upland review area? How about this? How do you issue a cease, desist, and restore permit if you, the agency, don't know what relief is needed? No professional training gives you the answer to that. Wetlands training helps you work through the process and how you'd apply the facts in your case to your town. So training benefits everybody. Everybody feels better with more trained members. So I would suggest across the board, no exceptions. As to Section 2, exit out entirely, delete it. The 65 days was very well thought out, intentional when it was adopted. It gives you 2 regularly scheduled meetings. And we, the municipal agencies, applicants, environmental interveners, we're all at the mercy of the availability of our consultants. And if you alter the time period for extensions of time down to 45 days, you throw us into special meetings. So I can no longer tell my team, reserve the second Tuesday of every month for the next 3 months till we get through this permit application. Because that third month, we may be thrown into fourth Thursday where the consultant says, no, I'm all ready before another agency with an ongoing permit application. 65 days works, 45 days will create chaos. And as to changing the relationship of the agency as decision maker to equal with the applicant and asking each other for mutual requests. Let's just say there's no precedent for that. There's no way to synchronize that with the agency as decision maker. And I widely consulted with other land use attorneys, and let me just say, I'm the most politic and diplomatic about this. Nobody is in favor of this Section 2. Please pass the training and please delete Section 2, which doesn't solve any problems and creates its own. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Just one quick question for me. So you would not even exclude land use attorneys if we were going to get even more specific about what attorneys to exclude?
That's right.
Don't exclude anybody at all.
That's right, because they may not have had all the circumstances that come up, which would be covered in training.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much for your testimony. Up next, we have Everett Weaver, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the members of the committee. Name is Everett Weaver. I'm speaking on behalf of the Vernon Water Pollution Control Authority in opposition to Senate Bill 149. A little bit about my background. I have had over 35 years in wastewater treatment, and over 20 years as a member of the Connecticut Water Pollution Abatement Association, which is now the Connecticut Water Environment Association, plus 20 plus years as a member of the Vernon Water Pollution Control Authority, of which I am presently the chair. Water pollution control authorities are mandated by the EPA and the Connecticut DEEP to provide adequate funding for the operation and maintenance of these wastewater treatment facilities. Budgeting for this is complicated, and one factor is consistent collection rates. This bill has the potential to change those collection rates by impairing the WPCA's ability to consistently enforce this process. There is the potential for some users to never pay their sewer usage fees. I am one of those. However, I'm a responsible citizen, pay my fair share. As an example, my fees are less than $200 a year. To reach the $4,000 limit that is part of this bill, it would take 20 years to reach it. However, after 13 years, that first year's bill would be erased and replaced by the next year's bill. This scenario would repeat in the ensuing years. Therefore, the outstanding fees would only reach $2,600, well short of the $4,000 limit that would be imposed on the WPCAs. Vernon, for example, has a minimum fee of $123 a year. We charge biannually $61.50. It would take 32 years to reach that $4,000 limit. And we would never be able to collect from a person who chooses to take that route. Most utilities and service providers, electric, water, natural gas, cable, phone, internet, can turn off their services for non-payment. A WPCA cannot block or interrupt the sewer service. The ability to place a collection enforcement lien on delinquent ratepayers is the only enforcement tool that is available to a WPCA. This bill has come up before your committee at least 3 times before. I've testified against it twice before. As far as I know, this bill comes before you because of one entity enforcing a collection against one delinquent user for a missed payment. This bill would impair WPCAs all across Connecticut from performing their duties of properly funding mandated operation and maintenance budgets for wastewater treatment facilities. Thank you for your time. I'll be pleased to respond to any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions at this time, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Kira Parrott. Hopefully I said that correctly. Kira, are you with us? Okay, we can come back, hopefully. Jenny Lucier.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm just making sure you can hear everything. Sometimes in a school, it's a little tricky. So, and I apologize in advance if the bus dismissal starts happening. So I'm going to do the best I can. So good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee for this opportunity to speak with you today in support of SB 148. My name is Jenny Lucier, and I'm a resident of Durham and a pre-K through 4 school librarian in Region 13, serving about 400 readers. I am also the president of the Connecticut Association of School Librarians, which is a member-driven organization of almost 600 public and independent school librarians. Each year, I have only about $2,000 to spend on developing the collection for my school library. That includes a variety of formats, from print books and magazines to digital materials such as ebooks and audiobooks to support my students and staff. Because my funding is very limited, I work diligently to purchase materials that make the money go as far as it can. And for me, that means I am unable to pay to lease these ebooks or audiobooks for students because the cost is simply too high. Paying $30 to $60 to lease an ebook that I can buy a print copy of for usually at least half or less, the price is simply not feasible for me. And that print copy, of course, is one that I can keep literally until it falls apart, unlike these leased ebooks, which will disappear after generally 2 years, give or take. The ability to have a digital collection in my school library and our public libraries is an important equity issue, I believe, as we strive to give our learners choice so that they can become lifelong readers. Students who have difficulties reading depend on audio and ebooks for personal reading as well as reading at school. Many students are also, for a variety of reasons, unable to access their public library, so having access to audio or ebooks from their school or public library becomes even more critical. Ebooks and audiobooks are also critical in keeping our young people reading. We know that the older kids get, the less time they have for pleasure reading, or they choose not to. But access to ebooks and audiobooks changes that. As my 16-year-old daughter just told me this morning, she loves listening to audiobooks at the gym, in the car while she's driving, while she's at work. She would not be able to be a reader without this access. Supporting SB 148 so that Connecticut school libraries can make our limited funds stretch as far as possible is vital. We need as many reading choices for our students as possible, and a vote for SB 148 can make that happen. Thank you so much, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. And it's great to hear from a school librarian actually in your school library, and just driving home the point that $2,000 is not a lot to spend on books, certainly, and to maximize those taxpayer funds. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have a personal favorite of mine, Sarah McCusker, who is the president of the Connecticut Library Association and the library director in Canton. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having us all here today. My name is Sarah McCusker. I'm the library director in Canton, a resident and a library board member in Burlington, and the current president of the Connecticut Library Association. And I'm here today to express my support for SB 148. Public libraries and school libraries exist for the good of our users. We take our allocation of taxpayer dollars and use those dollars to provide materials and services to our communities. We pride ourselves on our responsiveness to the needs of our patrons, as well as on the return on investment that we provide. Thanks to contracts negotiated by the Connecticut Library Consortium, we're able to leverage our collective buying power to get everything from books to furniture to pencils at the best possible price. Statewide reciprocal borrowing, which is supported by state library funding, opens up all of Connecticut's millions of physical library items to every resident. Residents also all have access to online resources provided through the Connecticut State Library's Research at CT service. All of this resource sharing saves our communities millions of dollars a year and promotes equity of access to all residents. Whether you live in a wealthy community or a distressed community, you have access to all of these things. The one place we're unable to do this is with ebooks, e-audiobooks. As many others have testified and will continue to testify, the prices that we pay for these downloadable materials are many times higher than what we pay for their physical counterparts, and we have no way to comparison shop or negotiate discounts. The publishers set the prices, and then that's what we pay. And further, we do not actually purchase the items. As many others have said, what we end up with is a lease. The leases expire after a certain period of time or a certain number of checkouts. This means that we can't develop comprehensive, robust collections, and it means that we can't justify the expense to meet the demand. In libraries, we use what's called hold ratios to decide how many copies of things we need to purchase. So for print materials, most of our libraries will buy one copy for every 4 or 5 holds on an item. We do that so that our patrons don't have to wait for a long time. We can't afford to do that with any materials. Right now in our library consortium, the average wait time for an item on hold, and this is just the average, is 97 days. I was talking recently with a patron in Canton who is an avid user of our downloadable materials. She told me that she just finally last week got access to a book that she placed on hold over a year ago. She's currently number 138 in line for another title. There are a total of about 450 holds on that item. The consortium owns 7 copies of it. That means that the hold ratio is about 65 holds per item. The reason it's so high is because we can't afford to lease any additional copies. And I just want to be clear that libraries are not asking for some kind of library ebook free for all, where we just hand out ebooks to everybody willy-nilly. We believe in copyright. We are big proponents of copyright. We believe that publishers should be able to turn a profit. We certainly think authors ought to earn a fair amount of money. We know that the one copy, one user model will work for downloadable items. And we want to purchase additional ebooks and more e-audiobooks. But at the end of the day, we just can't. We don't have the money to do it. We're asking for a seat at the table. We want to have a say in the lease prices and terms, and for the purchase of downloadable items to be subjected to the same contract purchasing rules as everything else that we buy. We're asking for your help and the publisher's help in continuing to provide excellent service to our users and the excellent return on investment that our taxpayers expect. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I just want to, because it came up with the last testifier as well, the piece about ebooks and audiobooks, I think I'm always thinking about ebooks because we talk a lot about what's on our Kindle or other reading device compared to audiobooks, but the school librarian mentioned them, you've mentioned them, and I know that's like another multi-million dollar, industry for the publishers. Are the hold times similar for the audiobooks that you're seeing with the ebooks?
Mhm. Yeah, so the cost differential, I think, with audiobooks is not as big as with the print material or with non, you know what I'm saying, print. But yes, we see the same thing where the price is higher and it's still just one user, one copy, one user. And so these hold times are the patron who I referenced in my testimony, those were audio that she was downloading. So a wait of over a year for a popular audiobook.
Yes. Wow. Okay. I am not seeing any other questions at this time, but thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you. Up next, we have Zachary, and I'm hoping I'm getting this right, McEwen. That's what I'm going with.
Yep, it's Zachary McEwen. Good afternoon, Chairpersons Cabra-Segura, Senator Rahman, ranking members and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Zachary McEwen, and I'm an advocacy manager for the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, which is the Connecticut statewide association of towns and cities. Our members represent 99% of Connecticut's population. I wanted to briefly comment on a couple of bills on your agenda today. I also just wanted to note that my colleague Randy Collins is also signed up a little later in the hearing and will be commenting on other proposals as well. So be patient if I don't touch on some of the testimony of the bills listed on the agenda today. One of the first bill that I wanted to comment on was HB 5169 and ask concerning the requirement to install swimming pool barriers. And we had a clarifying question essentially on this bill. It looks like the bill would prohibit an issuance of a building permit for construction or alteration of swimming pools, essentially unless a fence was included in the construction plan. And we definitely support water and pool safety. However, we also just wanted to ensure that the language does not have the unintended consequences of changing the requirements for splash pads and spray parks. I think there was a concern from our Parks and Recs departments that recreational play area that was fitted with splash pads could fall under the bill. And obviously a splash pad is different from a pool. I mean, I think even years back, Public Act 16-75 was actually adopted specifically to prohibit regulations governing the safety of public pools from requiring fences on splash pads and spray parks. And we are just asking the committee that there be clarifying language that shows that, splash pads are obviously different than swimming pools. I also just wanted to briefly comment on HB 5170. This is the training for inland and wetlands agencies. CCM definitely supports making the training program available online. However, we have concerns over the requirement that members of inland wetlands agencies complete the program and once every 4 years thereafter. I think that, municipalities are definitely faced with difficulty of filling needed positions on local boards and commissions. And I think inserting new hurdles or requirements on not only local volunteers, but staff as well would only make it more difficult to fill the positions. And CCM actually runs a program internally called the Certified Connecticut Municipal Official. It's a benefit to our members. And it's essentially a continuing education program that utilizes municipal training workshops, conferences, special meetings, and other educational opportunities to expand the knowledge of municipal officials. Under the program, you're required to complete a certain amount of credit hours in which you would become a certified CT municipal official, which is giving that certified municipal official at our convention every year. So I think there's an opportunity to have more of an incentive-based approach and have CCM work. I think DEEP was named within the bill, but to work with DEEP, and if they already have a program to, make that part of maybe the certified municipal official program with us, and offer that training and make it more incentive-based approach rather than mandating and possibly maybe deterring new volunteers. Those are just the two bills I wanted to touch upon. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No questions from me, but definitely comments. The intent of the first bill with the swimming pool barriers is not to include splash parks. We certainly, this was language that was passed out of the House last year, and that was the intent, was not to include those. It was to make sure that we were focused on residential, where the majority of drownings happen, in terms of, we have children with autism that wander, we have other, teenagers, seniors, and frankly, pets. So we just want to make sure that people are safe, but no, the intention was not to include splash parks. We did work with DAS on that language. So we think that it is already clear enough, but we're happy to look at that again. And then on the second piece, yes, DEEP was referenced because the 8-hour training does already exist and it's available online, and you could go sign up for it today if you wanted to. So we were trying to make that as easy as possible. Any questions for Zach today? Seeing none, thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Sarah Fox from the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I think she may have stepped out. We can skip Sarah for now. Okay, Kate Byrode up next from Colchester.
Good afternoon, Representative Cabral-Gras, Senator Fazio, Senator Rahman, Rep. Zullo, and Rep. Dubinsky and Rep. Delnicki. I'm the director of the Cragen Memorial Library in Colchester and a resident of West Hartford. I'm writing in support of Senate Bill 148 along with all of my colleagues today. I want to thank you for raising this bill in committee again, because we're really struggling. Like many towns in Connecticut, Colchester passes its budget by annual referendum. This year it took 2 attempts to pass a budget, and the library's budget was cut for this fiscal year, including a $3,000 reduction in the appropriation for all library materials. My job as a library director is to responsibly steward the $50,000 appropriated by the public, everything borrowed by our users. It isn't a lot of money, about $3.23 per capita. Thanks to statewide purchasing contracts, we never pay sticker price for physical library materials. Last year, we saved over $28,000, stretching that budget by an additional 42%. But with ebooks and e-audiobooks, it's exactly the opposite. I can't stretch that taxpayer dollar. We're faced with a completely different marketplace. We pay far more than the consumer does for these same materials, even though we lend digital materials exactly the same way as physical materials, one borrower at a time per copy, using digital rights management technology to prevent piracy. What adds insult to injury is that the majority of titles I purchase disappear from our virtual collection after 2 years, as most titles are leased for 24 months or 26 loans, whichever comes first. I can't build a collection. Imagine if the 2,600 or so physical items we purchased for the library every year simply went poof from our shelves after 2 years. Together, these practices make it virtually impossible to carry out our core mission of libraries, to build meaningful collections over time to serve our community's needs. In fact, it's such a bad idea that I limit what I spend on digital materials to the absolute minimum, even though I know I have many borrowers on long waiting lists. I'd love to reduce their waiting times, but I simply can't afford to pay inflated prices for materials that will disappear from virtual shelves before I can fill all the requests. It wouldn't be responsible. If I was getting a better deal, I'd spend more of my limited budget dollars to fulfill holds for my patrons. I believe SB 148 would put Connecticut on the road to better stewardship of taxpayer dollars.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Seeing no questions at this time, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you. I think we're hearing the same thing. A lot of taxpayer dollars at stake. Okay, up next we have Carrie Firestone, who's a volunteer coordinator for the Avon VFW Afghan project.
Hello. Can you see me?
We can.
Okay, thanks. So I would just like to say thank you so much. Thank you for all of, I've been learning a lot in this testimony, and I'm actually here to talk about HB 5174, and I'd like to just basically back up everything Tim Healy said. He's been doing a fantastic job advocating for this. And so I have a very simple ask, which is, exactly what Tim said, to increase the amount of time rectories are allowed to shelter our refugees from 6 months or around 6 months to preferably a year up to 18 months, just so our families can have time to settle in. But also, it would be a shame to have these rectories sitting empty with perfectly, fantastic housing for families just because of a loophole or, a period of time that doesn't feel like a good fit. So I'm just requesting that you reconsider the amount of time from 6 months to up to 18 months. And while I'm here, I did not prepare this, but that's what I had to say about that. But I happen to be an author, so I just wanted to make a comment on SB 148, I think it is. I just would like to say I fully and wholeheartedly support all of the things our librarians are saying. As an author, I have 4 books, 2 in 2 separate Big 5 publishing houses. And what I will say is, if my book, for example, most of us are what's called mid-list authors, so we're not James Patterson. We get an advance. We're lucky if we earn out that advance. And then, we rely on our librarians to create our fan base for us. So what would happen is if one of my books is now the 2 years is up, I really don't think the library is going to then rebuy my book. They're going to buy the next book, or they're going to have to buy James Patterson's book because of the budgetary issues. So I'm here to say, as an author, I support what our librarians are saying, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that point about the author piece, because we've heard over and over again from the publishers that their position is that they're protecting authors, protecting, paying people, fair wages for creativity, et cetera. When you say earn out, what does that mean?
So generally, the way we get paid is we will sell a book to a publishing company, and we get an advance. And that advance, maybe it's 20,000, maybe it's 100,000. We have to sell a certain number of books to be able to pay off that advance. Usually people don't, frankly, the people I know. So you just kind of get your money and run, and that's it. Occasionally, if we do earn out, then we will get I think it's like $2 a book after that. So a lot of authors are relying on our librarians to build our fan bases. And what that means is librarians will share my book. I write for young people. So young people I have a small fan base, and then they cultivate that fan base, which then allows me to sell another book. Because right now bookstores it's such a fast-paced business that bookstores may have my book on the shelf for 2 months. And that's the case for most new authors or mid-list authors. And so we have no visibility for our books unless they're sitting in libraries. So if libraries are using their budgets for these big name authors who may end up benefiting, I don't know, then that just lessens the pool for pretty much everybody else to get visibility in the library system, if that makes sense.
It does, and I think it goes back to the equity argument and conversation that we had earlier with Senator Wong in terms of, making sure that there are different types of authors in libraries and not just, the best-selling authors that have huge marketing organizations behind them. So it sounds like what you're saying is that basically part of your marketing team are the librarians. And I guess yourself, because if you're not, I hate to keep picking on James Patterson. How about Stephen King? Not Stephen King.
Yes. And
he's a very nice man, very charitable. He's done a lot of good things for a lot of folks when it comes to books. So I don't want to pick on him, but Stephen King there's not a lot of advertising, for instance, of your books by these big 6 publishers, big 5 publishers.
Yeah. I mean, so generally authors will get a marketing plan right after the book releases. But our marketing team really is teachers and librarians and other kids, so we don't have the ability to really market ourselves except by, having access to our books. And you're absolutely right about the equity piece because, kids need to see themselves on the page. If they don't even know these books exist because libraries aren't able to give young people access to these books, then there's literally no point in having, being in this field. So it just, I just think it allows a few people to have all the power in the creative space, and then the rest of us are scrambling to, be able to provide access to our books, our colleagues' books. And I just can't say enough about how powerfully our librarians fight for authors and our stories and the kids who want to read them. And, that's what they're here for. That's why I'm sure a lot of librarians don't like to sit here and talk publicly about this, but they're doing it because they believe in giving our community members access to our books, and they fight for authors. They bring authors into libraries. This is a really beautiful relationship that I feel is being compromised by what's happening here.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions at this time, have a great afternoon. Thanks for your testimony. We're going to go back to number 16, Sarah Fox, please, from the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness.
Excuse me, can you turn on your mic? There you go.
Is turned on. Oh, okay. Well, good afternoon, regardless. My name is Sarah Fox. I'm the CEO of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 5174, an act concerning temporary shelter units for persons experiencing homelessness located on real property owned by religious organizations. As you all know, the state is in a housing crisis. We're in a humanitarian crisis. Across the state, we have a shortage of 89,000 affordable rental homes for extremely low-income renters. This scarcity exacerbates homelessness. We are one of the most expensive states to rent in, and this provides a critical opportunity to address this crisis. This winter, and in the months leading up to winter, I worked alongside each provider in every single coordinated access network across the state to identify warming center spaces to bring people inside. As of our last count, which was on the 29th of January, we had 940 people, our citizens, our neighbors, sleeping outside. That includes elderly people, seniors, falling into homelessness because they are unable to keep up with rising rents. We've had mothers with toddlers and babies in tents. This is not the Connecticut that I ever thought I would see. This bill provides a really critical and important opportunity for space. In communities across the state, we approach churches, and churches and faith communities is often a place where people who in need go, and they have always gone for help. But zoning restrictions have sort of been a huge challenge in allowing us access to really critical space to bring people inside. So we support the intent of this bill. We would ask for the language to be amended to include space that is already up and running, such as church rectories and other spaces that we've been precluded from accessing across the state, because those are critical and viable resources that are already in existence that we can bring people inside to today. We have to recognize that no one wants to see a baby outside. No one wants to see someone freeze to death across the state, but it's happening, just a couple weeks ago, a woman who was 74, she died in her car. Those are things that live with me. If we had available space, we would not have 30 people lined up outside a warming center and turned away at night when there is snow on the ground who are sleeping in tents on the ground with snow. This is a reality we have to face as a state. We have to look at innovative resources across the state to meet this demand, and this is a strong vehicle to get us to that point. I would also say that we would also like the language to include coordination with our coordinated access networks, which are the regional centers of care to address this crisis on the ground, and the churches must be connected to the providers doing this work to make sure that every person that touches or that is provided service is also connected and aligned with our housing resources, so that we can really ensure we have a comprehensive approach to bringing people inside. We can do better as a state. Ensuring cohesive services and utilizing existing resources is a really strong way to do so. So I I support this bill. I support the intent, and I'm really thankful for you bringing attention to this critical matter.
Thank you very much. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, ma'am, for testifying, and thank you for your good work. I appreciate, certainly these efforts, your efforts, and also the intentions of this legislation. I can imagine that many people are going to have reasonable concerns about implementation, about the ancillary health, safety, quality of life considerations for neighbors and communities. Especially you look at certain jurisdictions in the country, whether it's in California or New York, the kind of fallout from certain policies around homelessness in particular has been very difficult on quality of life in those areas. So, I think balancing important considerations while trying to tackle homelessness is very important as we examine this proposal. One question that came to mind is what are the current policies and statute about houses of worship being allowed to house homeless individuals in their existing structures and buildings, rather than building temporary structures?
I think it varies town by town. I don't think that there's a standard that is set. I mean, we have had in some communities, like you heard from the church in Hartford earlier, they were able to open a structure. In other communities, we have been turned down due to planning and zoning restrictions. And so I don't think that there's a standard across the state. I do think it is something that we need to look into farther.
Yeah, and I get that that's for temporary structures. It's town by town currently, which is why this policy aims at creating a universal state policy. But what about for within the existing structures on a church property, for instance? Could the church take in a homeless individual who needs shelter and shelter them within using their existing structures, whether it's a rectory or the church itself, basement, et cetera?
I mean, in some cases, we've had challenges being able to access those spaces due to planning and zoning restrictions. So I think, again, we're looking for a more comprehensive statewide policy that allows for, and we also recognize that homeless exists in every community across the state, and it's not just in our municipal regions. And so we have a real scarcity issue for shelter, and making sure that we have places in every town across the state, there's ability to access a warming center or some type of place where you can come inside in critical and severe weather is something that, I think it's in the state's best interest to do for the health and well-being of our citizens.
Yeah, I do wonder whether kind of exploring housing people within existing structures would be something that would be more amenable to members of the General Assembly and communities, probably more importantly, as we explore this topic. There's some parts of the proposal that, seem like reasonable carve-outs, like no installation of a unit within 1,000 feet of an elementary or secondary school. There's also some that seem pretty challenging, and could meet opposition within communities, like setbacks are not less than 10 feet from an adjacent real property. There could be families, there could be, in residential neighborhoods, 10 feet, it could, pose some difficulties. So, I'm a little wary of that too. In your experience around the state, getting to the needs of the homeless population, in the state is, how would you characterize or categorize, everyone's, situation could be different and tragic in its own way, but, economic concern, economic problems, they're really, simply destitute, but they, in the right circumstances, have the ability to get fully on their feet, on their own versus, people who might have really severe mental health disorders versus people who might have addiction and other substance abuse problems. Is, just for my edification as a policymaker, how would you kind of delineate break down the different categories of challenges that the population is facing?
Thank you for your question. I would say, well, I mean, I will say, homelessness and the demographics of homelessness is changing in a way that we had not anticipated post-pandemic. Today, I have senior centers calling me. I have our areas of agencies on aging really concerned because we have a increasing population of people over the age of 55 who are losing their rentals and the places that they live, their homes, because they are not able to keep up with rising rents on Social Security. That is a challenge we all have to lean into and understand. This winter, we have served many families with moms who are working, who are driving their kids to daycare in their car and then sleeping in their car. In Fairfield County alone, we have, of our last count, 27 children who are outside in their cars. These are oftentimes families who have been doubled up post-pandemic. This rental crisis is real. The things that we're seeing across the state, we hadn't seen before. We have no places for people to go when they fall out of housing. We have a huge amount of families who are doubled up, living many people in a household. And if one thing falls through the cracks, they may be outside. And so it's a changing demographic. Do I have the exact percentages of people who are living with mental health challenges or substance abuse? I can say that's definitely part of the population. We as a state under the last administration and with this administration have done an amazing job getting people who have severe challenges and who have been long-term homeless housed. Today, I can say really assuredly that this is a lot of what we're seeing has to do with a housing crisis and the fact that we have not kept pace with affordable housing, and we have real planning, we have real zoning challenges across our state. We also must recognize that we have to have safe places that are low barrier for people to come inside when they do have, mental health issues, when they do have substance abuse. No one should freeze to death outside in a state as rich as Connecticut.
And thank you for your answer, and thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. It's especially tragic and concerning that high cost of living in this state, economic problems in this state, and inflation nationwide are exacerbating this problem. It's a horrible tragedy. It's tragedy, and it's clearly avoidable if we have the right policies statewide in order to create greater mobility and opportunity and affordability. So I appreciate your comments and very concerned at that trend. I guess my final question is, should and to what extent should we be differentiating between the needs of the population that's most in need? As you said, there's going to be some that's mental health challenges, some substance abuse, some it's actually, the purely economic, problem. And, and because of that, the needs are going to be different. If it's a purely economic problem, like the mother that you mentioned, then it really is mostly going to be structure. That's the most obvious need. If it's someone with, severe psychiatric problems, then, housing them in a structure where there isn't the support system to ultimately get them right is probably going to be insufficient. So how should we differentiate in policies like this, in your opinion, based on those different needs?
We have been, a couple of things, and thank you very much for your question. We've been providing warming centered services across the state for a long time. And what those services are is it's a way to bring people inside who most often will not across the state. And so sometimes in those warming center services, we're serving people who people think will just stay outside, but they come inside, they're able to access warmth and security and connect with services, and that can be a game changer. So those are people with severe and persistent mental health issues, with substance abuse. I'll also say that as someone who has experienced homelessness myself, and with family members who have experienced homelessness also, it's really important to understand that people with resources can have mental health issues, can have substance abuse, and that we're really talking about poverty and the impact that that has on people. And we're talking about scarcity of resources and how that sort of manifests across the state. And so we're talking about a right to service and a right to, and our state's responsibility to care for people who are living in deep, deep poverty across the state. Because if you have economic means, you can have any one of these issues and you can be housed.
Thank you, Ms. Fox, for your testimony, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you so much. Representative Drubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for coming in, and thank you for the work that you're doing to keep people in housing. You know, certainly you're doing God's work, and I, you know, thank you and all the others that are working to that end. One of the things that happens up here very often is there is a very serious problem, and we get a lot of people that come in and explain to us how bad the problem is. And there is a proposal before us that supposedly is going to help this problem. And we are encouraged to do something. And very often that something not only is not going to help the problem, but sometimes makes it worse, or creates other problems that had not been anticipated. You know, one of the things that we talk about a lot is the unanticipated consequences of legislation that we pass. And when I look at the text of a given bill like this one, I start thinking about how each of the elements of the legislation could affect the people of my district and the rest of the state. And I also have questions about what these things mean, how they're going to be implemented. So I don't know if you are here to advocate for the legislature to do something, or for the legislature to do this particular thing. So let me ask you, have you read this bill?
I have read the bill.
Okay.
I asked for the language to be amended to make sure that we can use existing space across the state.
Okay.
And that is something that I think we really need to lean into, so that we have, and if a church as a right decides that they would like to open a warming center, they have that ability to do so.
Okay.
Recognizing the scarcity of resources to bring people inside across the state.
Okay, what's your position on the as of right temporary structures?
If a church as a right deems with their congregation that this is the right thing for them to do, and they want to bring people inside in an innovative way, then I think they should be able to look into that, because we are dealing with life and death circumstances in every community across the state. And churches, which are predominantly places where people in the most need go to get help and services, if this is a role that they wish to play and they feel strongly about it, should have that ability to do so. It's about saving lives every single day in our community. That's my perspective, because what I'm seeing is we're really talking about the impact of planning and zoning and health. And there is a really strong intersection here. And I think churches across the state would like to step up in a way, but oftentimes they have restrictions and it's really hard to do so. And this will allow some leeway to allow them to stand up structures or to operate spaces that they run in a way that they choose to do so as a right.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I'm asking you for your perspective.
My perspective is we have people who are dying outside. This is a way, churches are a place where people go to get help. This is a
Understood.
way to free up space. It is a good opportunity for us to look into an innovative way that and to look at the generosity of churches and the faith community and how they can help and assist in this matter. So I think it's a good idea to explore innovative solutions.
Would you agree with me that there are places that a homeless shelter is not appropriate?
I would agree that there are certainly places where a homeless shelter is not appropriate, but I think I would leave it to churches and to their understanding of their community. And this is not saying every single church must do this. This is saying that as a right, if they choose to do so, they can. So because I believe that the faith community really deeply thinks about the what they're going to do, this just opens up an avenue for them to serve people in need, in my eyes.
Understood. What the as of right concept does is it essentially cuts out of the decision-making process the elected officials of the town and the voice of the people of the town. And it gives the decision as to where to locate homeless shelters in a town to perhaps one person who is not necessarily accountable to anybody in the town. So that's one of the reasons why I have a problem with it, because any given church leader can decide under this legislation to start building temporary structures on the property. And if they own several lots, there could be dozens of temporary structures without any input from anybody in town or any of the elected officials. So just so you've got my perspective, that's certainly one of the problems I see with this bill. And I think I'll leave it at that for now. Did you have anything else you wanted to, did you want to respond to that in any way?
I would just say that towns have historically run, elected officials have played a key role in excluding people from having access to safe and affordable homes across the state. And churches, who are often a beacon of hope in our community, are offering to do something or stand up shelter in a way that perhaps others are not. We have people freezing to death. It's a community response. We have to come together to solve homelessness and to bring people inside. And it's going to take every single one of us really looking deeply at the resources that we do have and working together. So I understand your concerns, but I'd also say that this is going, we are at a crisis point in this state. It's going to take looking at different resources and figuring out together in collaboration with our elected officials how to identify space. So there's a lot of responsibility that falls on them as well when we're talking about moms and children who are outside in tents at night.
Don't you think that having the leader of the church decide where to locate a homeless shelter in a town, don't you think that's going to create conflict with the neighbors who want to at least have some say through their elected officials as to any limitations or any making the decision as to where homeless shelter should go, how it should look, what kind of buildings there should be, where they should be situated, where the bathrooms are going to go, where the cooking facilities are going to go. Under this bill, it appears that they could just plop a bunch of Connex boxes down with a door and a window and then a bunch of porta potties right on Main Street. And one can certainly imagine a conflict with the neighbors.
Yes, and I think that NIMBYism and the challenges around who should have housing across the state, it is a really big challenge that we're facing about who has the right to housing, who does not have the right to housing. And I will just say that there are things that need to obviously be worked on and tweaked in this language. I'm really, when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about a real resource scarcity issue and bringing people inside in critical and dangerous situations, recognizing the trauma and the medical and the increased mortality rates of just long-term exposure to cold. But those are things that can be tackled in some way through this bill, with making zoning more, making it easier for people to be zoned for even existing structures. I also have some faith in our faith leaders and our churches in their decision-making process, that they're not going to go at this alone. But if those are things that need to be built into, like if a community process and conversation has to be built into this language, I would hope that communities would come together and really figure out how to bring forth these types of places so people can come inside and not freeze to death on really cold winter nights.
Okay, well, thank you for coming, and I very much appreciate the dialogue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sarah, thank you. Thank you for coming in here, taking times and explaining everything. We want to thank you bottom from our heart. What do you do and giving the people, home and providing the warm place to live. Very much you saying the forcing people out of home, mostly because of housing shortage. And I know you mentioned earlier, addiction is, or mental health. That's not, I believe, the, criminal offense. This is a, health issue. And for that reason, people should not be out and punished. They should have place to live. As a human, every single human deserve to live and have place to live. So I want to thank you for everything you do. But one thing I want to share, if you walking the street and you see freezing cold someone out, what we should do as a legislators?
If you're walking and you see someone outside,
Yeah.
In each region, so each of the 7 coordinated access networks across the state, and the coordinated access network, or the CANs, are the regional network of providers in every community across Connecticut. They have both, there's the ability to call for a person to call 211 to access services 24 hours a day, or people who do not want to call 211 or cannot call 211 can go to local CAN hubs. That was a really great innovation by the Department of Housing Commissioner, where people can walk up, they can get their needs met, and look to see or be, connect with outreach. The really challenging fact here is we have people being turned away every single night from our warming centers because we do not have capacity. So when you heard earlier testimony, you heard, they had space for 90 people showed up on the first night. We have people who are being turned away in every community across the state. And they're not just they're not just people who are, from New Haven, from Hartford. They're from surrounding communities who are going to a place because that's where the care is. And there's not existing or viable shelter or warming center availability across the state to serve people who are in need.
So basically you're saying as a human, we have the moral obligation to help someone freezing cold out, don't have place to live, and providing the shelter.
I would say that that is at the essence of who we are as Connecticut residents, and we should be affording that to people who are our neighbors and doing the best we can to help. It is a moral obligation, and everyone deserves a safe, stable roof over their head. Yes.
And earlier also you mentioned you strongly believe and trust our religious leaders if they feel that some church or some area is not suitable to open the shelter, they will not. That's correct?
It's correct, yes. I mean, if we are going to have faith in, institutions that have provided care for many years, like not perhaps there are, and I will agree, there are instances where this may not always prove correct, but for the most part, I strongly believe that people that are placed in that role as community leaders are looking out for the best options for care for their community, to protect people and to make sure that they're safe and provided with the resources that they can have a roof and a safe place to be at night.
Thank you. No further question. Thanks.
Thank you very much for being here today. I just want to close your testimony out by saying, I think there's a more cynical perspective to this than the one that I see in terms of what our communities would do, if homelessness were on their doorstep. I believe we heard earlier that in Hartford, we see a lot of surrounding communities, homeless people end up in Hartford because that's where the services are, that's where the shelters are, that's where people are less embarrassed probably to go for services because it's not their hometown and because frankly their hometown doesn't have those services that they might need. I think that, some of the things that you said today, certainly, we will consider. I think the part about using existing structures maybe is something that would be really valuable to places of religious nature that are already serving, and we know that they have always continued to serve. But I certainly would hope that some of the things that we heard today, that various communities will take that into account in terms of how they move forward, whether or not we move forward with this bill. So thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Randy Collins from CCM.
Hi, good afternoon. Members of the Planning and Development Committee, my name is Randy Collins with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. First comment I would just like to make, just wanted to reply, just a reference to the last speaker. I think the implication that local elected officials are not concerned about homelessness, and that it's strictly NIMBYism, I thought was a little bit disparaging to our elected officials who do run for office, because they do care about their communities. It is where they live. It is where they raise their children, they raise their families. And I think as we look at the homeless issue, I think it's widely understood that this is a crisis, but it has to be done in a collaborative means and a collaborative method. And the idea that a local church leader may know better than a local official what services are available, why there might be considerations that have to be considered when considering temporary housing. I think this certainly needs to be done in a collaborative method. But I would want to comment on a few bills that quickly for the record. First was 5172, an act concerning motor vehicle assessments. I know we've talked about this for many years. Car taxes are the bane of my existence. We understand the need for the changes based on the original legislation passed in 2022. We are still looking at this bill. We are not so much concerned with the methodology, but this bill now has us starting at an 80% depreciation, where we left at the end of last session was 90%. That has changed the fiscal considerations. And we're just continuing to look at that as we go forward, and look forward to working with the committee as we get a better understanding of what that impact could be on our municipalities. Originally, it was a 1% shift in the grand list when we did this in 2022. Now, some communities may be up to a 20% reduction in their motor vehicle list. The other bill I want to comment on very briefly, House Bill 5173, authorizing online publication of legal notices. Again, another 20-year bill I think we've been working on. In the past, this has very much been an unfunded mandate issue for municipalities. But over the last year, we have seen a court case that CCM was involved with an amicus brief at the Supreme Court, where a local zoning decision was overturned because while the borough of Fenwick and Old Saybrook published the notification in the Middletown River Press, a Petabatog entity sued the borough of Fenwick, saying that newspaper did not have adequate circulation, which honestly is not defined in statute. And the Superior Court overturned that zoning decision. The need for public notice should not also then provide a means to overturn a legal decision by a local board, a commission. There are many municipalities that don't have kind of their own general newspaper. And honestly, getting that information in terms of what is your daily subscription from a newspaper, you'd have to have a subpoena. And that number could change, and it doesn't account for people who go online. I think we've come to a day and age where municipalities like the state and the judicial branch can provide adequate notice of legal proceedings, zoning issues, meetings on their websites through social media. And I think that is a—
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are now complete. Please wrap up.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that as we moved through, we did it during COVID. I think we can, finally make that change and move forward. Happy to take any questions on these bills or any other bills you may that CCM might have the ability to weigh in on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I am seeing no questions at this time. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Carrie Howe from Center Church, Hartford. Carrie, are you with us?
Yes, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Proceed.
My name is Carrie Howe. I just wanted to thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the Planning and Development Committee for allowing me to speak today. I'm the Outreach and Resource Coordinator for Center Church in Hartford and the Director of the Overnight Warming Center at the church. I'm the first of its kind in the area that I've been made aware of. And I wanted to speak to how this place has been operating for the last 3 months, and I'm open to any questions that anyone may have after. Why we opened this warming center was because as the outreach coordinator running the soup kitchen, I have direct contact with majority of Hartford's homeless community on a daily basis for the last 6 years. And through those relationships that have been built, I've had the ability to find out what the needs of the community are who are facing homelessness. And so I knew that this winter, on top of the regulars per se, because of the housing crisis and all the things that have been going on with the economy, we were going to have an influx of individuals, families, children, and more. And so a few years back, we had opened a warming center on a much smaller scale. And I did approach the pastor, Liza, who spoke earlier, and asked if that was something that we could do again. We did it on a much larger scale. And I can answer questions as far as like how we were able to do that logistically and through the town or any regulations. But we did do that. The way that we have run it has changed over the course of 3 months to fit the needs of the people. But it was necessary. Our church hosts an event each year where we remember our homeless brothers and sisters who have passed away. And you shouldn't have to have vigils where you're remembering 50 to 60 people. And that's what we do. Hartford has stepped up. Other larger cities have stepped up. Vernon has stepped up to house not just their community members, but the members of other towns who aren't responding. And the speaker prior to me talked about collaboration needs to happen. And it does, but we're waiting. It needs to happen now. This bill will allow other entities like ours to step up and solve a problem that's not being solved. It's not being responded to. And so as someone who's on the ground, who's on the front lines, who's doing this work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with no pay, because I've waived all of that. I know not everybody will work to that aspect or work to that level, but churches have people who want to help in that way. And we're able to. We're not asking for anything more than the ability to create a plan so that we can offer our space. And if it means building structures, then we'll go through the logistics and we'll include the people who need to be included in that plan. We just need the permission to do so, to love our brothers and sisters and our neighbors who are experiencing this crisis. We need to just have the permission to do so. And that's all I have to say. I would love to answer any questions, but this work is needed and this permission is absolutely necessary.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And thank you especially for the work that you're doing when you talk about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, not taking pay. I think someone else earlier mentioned doing God's work, and certainly that's what you're there to do. And so we thank you for that testimony. I do not see any questions at this time. So again, thank you and have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Kim Rogers from the New Haven Public Schools.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee. I am a voter from New Haven. I am a proud member of New Haven Federation of Teachers 933, and I am the lead librarian for New Haven Public Schools. I speak with you today in support of SB 148. This bill speaks directly to equity. A November 15th article in the New Haven Independent is titled 567 students and counting are homeless. And that was what was actually reported. We never know exactly how many people are shifting from one couch to another couch, staying with this relative one day and that friend the next. Imagine the students living this type of life, managing all the things that they own in such a situation. Having access to ebooks might be the only out-of-school access to books they have for meeting their curricular needs, as well as accessing materials for personal interest, self-discovery, and social and emotional needs. As an underfunded urban school, try as we might, we cannot afford to buy sufficient books for our school libraries, let alone ebooks for our students. And this includes our most neediest students. I'm here today to ask you to support SB 148. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that your testimony has added certainly another perspective that we had not yet heard today in terms of access for students who are experiencing homelessness or the inequities of being in a school district that doesn't have the same funds to fill their libraries the way others do. Seeing no questions at this time, thank you for your testimony. Up next, Colleen Bailey from West Haven Library. Hopefully I got that name right.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm here today to fully support SB number 148. My name is Colleen Bailey, Library Director of the West Haven Library, and I'm a Milford resident. West Haven is a diverse community with 55,000 residents. Our library's budget is less than 1% of the city's total budget. Our material budget, subsequently, is modest at best. We belong to the Library Consortium Lion, sharing resources with 29 other libraries, including ebooks. Wait times for ebooks are often upwards of 6 months or more. We have supplemented our ebook budgets with leasing additional copies and utilize other lending models such as Hoopla, where libraries may pay per use, but it's still not enough. This past year alone, we've had to scale back the number of loans per patron for Hoopla because the cost is just too high, while the service grows in popularity, especially among audiobook readers. Ebook pricing is not sustainable to curating collections for libraries. One copy of the latest bestseller from Robin Cook in digital format costs $55 and expires after 2 years, whereas a physical copy costs roughly $14 to $18 with our CLC discount for print materials. In the last 3 years, we have spent just over $12,000 on leasing additional copies of only 276 titles. Of those 276 titles, 84 are no longer available to our patrons. Whereas with physical materials, $12,000 worth of physical materials would be approximately 800 titles, and most would still be available to loan for the public. This is a discredit to the public who expect their library to have the materials they are looking for when our budgets are by and large funded by their tax dollars. There is no other resource where spending tax dollars for an item for public use just disappears after 2 years. Imagine if a playground was built at a school with tax dollars only to be taken down after 2 years of use. It just doesn't make sense. Last year, 32% of West Haven's circulation of materials was digital. Having different pricing models makes budgeting for materials year to year tricky at best and horribly confusing to the public. Libraries provide a window into reading. For many, library books are their only means of getting reading material. In this digital age, we should not be hindering the ability for anyone to have access to information. And current ebook pricing is a hindrance to equitable access to all. Not everyone can go online and purchase books, exacerbating the large digital divide already in our state. Publishers are not recognizing that librarians are the people that recommend those books they are trying to promote to their consumers, and librarians end up being de facto salespeople for them with every book they recommend to a person. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions at this time, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Number 23, John Guskowski, Connecticut Chapter of American Planning, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Calvert DeGraw, Chairman Rahman, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. It's good to see you all here. I am John Guskowski. I'm a professional planner representing the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, which is an organization of over 400 professional land use, community development, housing, environmental, and transportation planners and allied professionals. We appreciate the opportunity to testify before you. We submitted 2 pieces of written testimony supporting bills on your agenda. First is Bill 5170 regarding, among other things, training for inland wetlands commissioners, which we strongly support. We have seen the success of recent training requirements that were initiated in Public Act 2129 with planning, zoning, and ZBA members becoming more knowledgeable about their roles, responsibilities, the law, and proper procedure. It would be only sensible to extend this training requirement to wetlands commissioners, which have a very important environmental protection job at the local level. The DEP has developed a standardized, easily digestible, free online on-demand training that is readily completed, and we would strongly encourage the passage of this bill. The other bill we provided support to is House Bill 5173, an act concerning the online publication of legal notices by municipalities. We strongly support this effort and have been working for the entirety of my 9-year tenure with the Government Relations Committee for the Planning Association to change this law. It's long overdue. Nobody does want to unnecessarily create financial hardships for the print newspaper industry. Obviously, journalism and an active press are critical to our society, but subsidizing this industry on the backs of municipal budgets in a way that has no cost control and provides no value in terms of actually alerting the public is not the way to provide this critical public notification. If newspaper notices were costly but very effective in alerting the public, that would be acceptable. If they were virtually free and easy to accomplish but somewhat less effective, that would even still be accessible. But the problem is newspaper notices provide vanishingly little value. Almost nobody in surveys and in documented studies finds public information from the newspapers. But in fact, there's a current case pending before the Connecticut Supreme Court, and they have found that in some cases it might be literally impossible to meet the current statutory mandate of, quote, substantial circulation. Having listened to the oral arguments at Supreme Court, I strongly suspect that they're going to find that the current statute that we're operating under is wholly inadequate to alerting the public and to our current situation. The only question is what they're going to do about it. But I strongly suspect they're going to say the law should be updated. So what you can do is right there in front of you in House Bill 5173, you can allow municipal websites to be sufficient in posting public meeting notices and notices of decision. The planners would recommend there be some requirements along with that for time stamping and some ease of use, some intuitive use, so it's easy to find on municipal websites. But this is by far the most efficient and most effective way to share information with the public. If the major concern here and the reason that this hasn't been changed is basically financial health of local journalism, which is very important.
Excuse me, minutes are now complete. Please wrap
Thank you.
up.
I'm wrapping up. If that's the purpose, let's have that discussion separately. It has nothing to do with the effectiveness of alerting the public to important public meetings and meeting decisions. That should be done on municipal websites. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, John. Good to see you. Any questions? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. I just had one question for you. Now you represent the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, is that right?
That's correct. I'm the government relations officer. Okay,
thank you. Does the American Planning Association have a position on HB 5174?
Is that the homeless bill at religious facilities?
Yes.
We reviewed it and we did not submit testimony on this. We appreciate that there is opportunity in that bill that some reasonable local regulations to protect public health and safety, include things like setbacks and overall density, are included, but we did not submit testimony on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions at this time. Thanks so much, John. See you soon.
Thank you.
Up next, number 24, Bryce Sovey from the Yale College Democrats. When you're ready, Bryce.
Good afternoon, distinguished members. My name is Bryce Sovey. I live in New Haven. I'm a first-year student at Yale University, and I'm here as a member of the Yale College Democrats. As a member, I am in full support of HB 5174 because there desperately needs to be an expansion of sheltering services for unhoused people in the state of Connecticut. Recent numbers from the state of Connecticut report over 3,000 individuals in the state facing homelessness. This problem is on the rise in Connecticut. From 2021 to 2022, there was a 13% increase in homelessness. This is a dire issue here in New Haven, especially in youth. New Haven Public Schools this year estimate that there are over 500 students facing homelessness. Please think about that for a moment in your consideration of this bill. This problem needs to be addressed now. When we have people and organizations seeking to actively help these struggling individuals in their community, there should absolutely be a legal path for them to do so. Religious leaders throughout the nation have faced legal trouble for providing shelter for unhoused individuals, and I call on you all to support Bill 5174 to allow a legal pathway for religious organizations to provide shelter for unhoused individuals in Connecticut, and with support of this bill, encourage other states to do similarly. Nonprofit organizations in other states have been successful in creating small homes for use on property owned by religious organizations, and with this bill, I believe similar could be accomplished here in Connecticut. For every resident in Connecticut, about $400 is donated annually to religious organizations, and these organizations have every right to uplift their community with that money. So again, in order to support struggling community members, expand legal options for religious charity, and most importantly, save lives, I urge you all to support Bill 5174.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Always good to have students and young people come before the committee. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. You mentioned that there are other states that that allow this. Can you identify any other state that has that allows every church as of right to build temporary structures?
I stated, sorry, just for clarification, I'm trying to look at my exact wordage there. I apologize. I believe that I said that other states allow religious organizations to house unhoused individuals, although I did not specify as of right because I'm unaware of that information. So I could get back to you on that, but I'm unsure about if that was listed as of right.
Okay, so you don't know if there are any states that allow what is proposed in this bill?
This is correct. I can't say whether there are or whether there aren't.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. Have a great night. Number 25, Walter Mamlock. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I want to thank the legislatures for allowing me to speak again in support of House Bill 6764. A year ago, I gave testimony on this. The bill overwhelmingly passed the State House of Representatives, but it was never brought up in the Senate, which is why I'm back again this year. For senior citizens on fixed incomes who live in condominiums, the bill is too important to ignore. HB 6764 will allow me and others to live on our fixed incomes by being able to budget our utility costs, reduce our carbon footprint, and enjoy our golden years here in Connecticut. My name is Walter Mamlock. a father, a grandfather, a retired music educator who taught in the Connecticut public schools for over 33 years. I live on a fixed income, state teachers' retirement, and Social Security. Here are some facts on the Connecticut population. Baby boomers make up over 21%, and senior citizens over 65 make up about 16%. And Connecticut is one of the least affordable states to retire in. Facts and statistics are meaningless until you put a face to it. My face is available at no cost because I'm in that group, the AARP group that votes in every election. I've been a homeowner in Connecticut since 1976, and like most of my friends, decided to downsize when we became empty nesters. The idea of a maintenance-free living is very appealing to an older population. Hello, Goodwin Village. I purchased my standalone unit, 3 Joanne Drive, in 2013. Living on a fixed income in Connecticut is a challenge. Budgeting for utilities, water, HOA fees, insurance costs, they all keep going up. I've had my home tested and rated for its efficiencies. I've changed all my light bulbs. I drive a plug-in hybrid car. I even changed electric suppliers. Yet, while my kilowatt usage has gone down, my electric bill keeps going up. I've known about solar energy and its possibilities since doing a science project as an 8th grader in 1962. And now I've lived long enough to see it's become a reality, but I can't take advantage of it. Why? Well, apparently it's the state of Connecticut. Its statutes do not allow people who live in condos to have solar panels. Passing HB 6764 will help solve that issue. This bill gives us the ability to budget our utility costs, reduce our carbon footprint, live on a fixed income, and enjoy our golden years here in Connecticut. It will also give more people access to renewable energy, reduce Connecticut's carbon footprint, help electric suppliers meet their RPS standard, create solar access rights for its citizens. And did I mention giving senior citizens the ability to stay in Connecticut? A lot of my friends have moved away because it's cheaper to live and retire in Arizona or Florida, New Mexico, Carolinas, even Maine. This contributes to a low population growth that translates into a lower tax base, and Connecticut is the 4th lowest in the nation. We need to attract people to move into and stay in Connecticut. My electric bill would be reduced from an average of about $250 a month to $10 a month, of substantial savings for anyone. When you include the federal and Connecticut tax rebates, you can see how the cost of this project would pay for itself in about 8 years. It's a win-win for everyone. Adding solar panels is a home improvement project for the future. I need your help. The House passed the bill last year. We need to pass it again. We need you to pass it this year. And that will help make Connecticut a better place to live by passing HB 6764. I've given my representative, the Honorable Jeff Curry, a digital copy of my testimony, which would include the websites which I state the facts I've used. Thanks for listening. Any
Thank
questions?
you so much. And just to clarify, I think you're referencing last year's bill number. We had a little confusion up here.
Yes,
So
I'm
the
sorry.
current bill number, just so we're all on the same page, is 5168. And
I'm in favor of that one too.
Okay, just confirming for all of us and those watching at home. So thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any questions at this time. You were incredibly thorough.
There was one question about ownership of the panels. I believe you brought it up. What would happen if somebody moved?
Yes.
Well, if I own the panels on my house and I move, I'm selling the house with the panels and they have the choice of keeping them or not. If I were leasing it, it'd be the same thing. The lease company would take the panels or give it to that person. It's not complicated. The complication is it's a condominium, but I live in a standalone condominium, and I hope you can understand what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
You too.
Number 26, Kate Sheehan of the Stratford Library Association.
Hi. Can you hear me?
You can, when you're ready, go ahead.
Great. Okay. So thank you so much for listening to all of us today. I'm here in support of SB 148 about ebooks. The Library of Alexandria was said to have amassed its collection by confiscating any books or scrolls on merchant ships stopping at the city, copying the materials, and returning the copies to the owners. The library kept the originals. Libraries have softened their approach to collection development in the last 2,000 years or so. Whenever a new form of book emerges, libraries are quick to add it to our collections. Modern libraries have purchased books in hardcover, paperback, on tape, then CD as playaways, and in large print. Ebooks and audiobooks are at first blush more of the same. However, they are more than just a new format. When we buy physical materials, we do so, as many others have said, at a discount off of retail pricing from a variety of library vendors. The Connecticut Library Consortium negotiates the pricing for these libraries with the majority of those vendors, and we contract through them with those vendors. With ebooks, we must purchase a platform for circulation and then buy the ebooks from the vendor that makes the platform. They are less book than software. They come with licensing agreements that preclude true ownership. We can lend them only to those who hold a card at our library. They circumvent the statewide reciprocity that allows Connecticut residents to use libraries throughout the state. Most distressingly, as others have said, the prices are significantly higher than retail. The books expire. Management of a physical collection is both science and art. Print books can be repaired. Replacements can be acquired based on budget and popularity of a title or subject. Ebooks and audiobooks vanish on a predetermined schedule. They must be repurchased at the same high price to be kept in the collection. There's no way to build a rich collection for our patrons. The cost is higher for a lower value format. As with any technology, ebook and audiobook pricing has changed over the years. However, unlike any other format, the terms have gotten much worse for libraries. Prices have gone up, and publishers have increasingly adopted the expiring ebooks since HarperCollins pioneered the practice in 2011. We can buy fewer and fewer ebooks for increasingly long wait lists. Ebook use grew steadily in the 2010s, exploded with the pandemic, and is not going to be slowing down anytime soon. Ebooks offer accessibility features like custom fonts or larger print sizes that are impossible or expensive to replicate in print. Readers who can't hold a hefty large print volume can wield a lightweight tablet or e-reader and get a wider variety of titles. Ebooks are going to continue in their popularity. Libraries need a sustainable and equitable way to buy them. Librarians nationwide have been trying to work with publishers for over a decade to come to a solution, and it is clear we need a legislative answer. I've worked in a number of different public libraries in Connecticut over the years, and everyone I have worked with has taken their role as a steward of public funds to heart. We support authors who, as you already heard, are not paid more for these more expensive purchases and would likely make more money if we could buy more copies. And we want our communities to have equitable access to materials in as many formats as possible. Personally, I regularly speak to retirees who devour a book or two a week and are delighted by our ebook collection, families that are embarking on road trips who use e-audiobooks to quell backseat complaints and bond over favorite stories, and reluctant readers who use the dyslexic font or read aloud features on tablets to spark a love of reading. The current terms are unfair to libraries, authors, readers, and all Connecticut residents. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that incredibly thorough testimony. It's funny, I was thinking about the library in Alexandria just this morning.
As should we all.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions at this time, but again, thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you.
Up next, we have Jay Klein from the Connecticut Bar Association, number 27.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for giving me a chance to speak today. My name is Jay Klein. I'm a lawyer at Carmody Law, a member of the Easton, Connecticut Planning and Zoning Commission, but I'm here with all of you in my capacity as the chair of the Bar Association's Planning and Zoning Group. And we are a group of about 60, 70 active members. Tough to get our group to agree on any one particular issue, but one area where we seem to have a unanimous agreement on is the bill number 5173 that's before you today concerning the publication of online notices. I think what has our group so animated about this is the sense of urgency caused by the appellate court's decision in the Borough of Fenwick case last year. In that decision, the appellate court undid a zoning decision made by a local zoning board, not for any substantive reason or reason that it was a bad policy in terms of a zoning decision, but because the newspaper that decision was published in wasn't circulated to enough home subscribers. Under Connecticut's current statutes, zoning decisions must be published in a newspaper that is delivered to a sufficient number of home subscribers, home delivery readers, in order to be legally effective. And that, of course, creates a problem for a lot of towns. Here in Easton, we don't have our own daily paper. We have a nonprofit online option, and some folks do get the Connecticut Post, not terribly many. But it's a problem for small towns without any newspaper, and it leaves us in a sense of uncertainty as to whether or not some communities can make zoning decisions without having a newspaper to publish in. Fortunately, there is the option of providing these notices on town websites. We did this in COVID under the emergency orders issued by Governor Lamont. And, there was never an issue of a notice, not being posted online in a timely fashion, creating some sort of inability for members of the public to become aware of a public hearing or of an important zoning decision. In fact, in my experience, utilizing online publication and hearings via Zoom has led to a significant increase in public awareness of zoning matters and also public participation in public hearings. I think it's also interesting and important to note that the bill before you, 5173, gives each town the option to still publish zoning decisions and zoning notices in a print newspaper if they decide to do so, notwithstanding any risk of doing so. We think this is a good, a good sense, open government, open policy, and we hope that you will act on it this year in light of the appellate decision that was made less than a year ago today.
Thank you so much. That was a very passionate plea for our towns, and we appreciate that. I am not seeing any questions. Oh, sorry, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And is he still on?
Oh, yes, I'm here. Sorry. Senator
Hi,
Wong,
Jason. Thank you for your testimony. And Easton is indeed a beautiful town. I'm intrigued because usually this bill gets a lot of attention from our municipal leaders, and it's a cost on the bottom line in their municipalities in regards to paying newspapers to post this. To hear that from the ABA or the Connecticut Bar Association and the unified aspect of it because of a legal proceeding, can you elaborate a little bit more why you all got involved? Is it purely on a legal basis to ensure proper notice?
Yeah, the perspective we come from, certainly, and thank you for the question, is from a legal basis. The appellate court decision that was made about a year ago puts into question whether a community without a daily newspaper, really, or any sort of newspaper, can make zoning decisions, because we don't have a place to print those decisions in and get circulated to our community. So it is a big legal concern. But we do share the concerns of the financial concerns articulated by folks at CCM. Cost, I think, put some written testimony in. We think those concerns are valid as well. And I would echo what John from APA mentioned earlier. If newspapers are important, local press is important to everyone here on this call, and if there's a way to help them, we certainly want to be a part of that conversation. But, giving them a monopoly for publication of zoning decisions isn't the way to make that happen, right? The notice requirement as it pertains to zoning matters is to inform the public. And what is the best way to inform the public in 2024 with more folks, utilizing modern technology and fewer folks getting a newspaper delivered to their home? It's online. It's clearly online, and that is the standard that's been articulated by the courts today. It's how many people are getting the paper delivered. It's irrelevant legally whether the notice is published, in the e-edition of a newspaper or in the CT. I think there's a general website that newspapers do put notices on. That's irrelevant from a legal perspective. Is it in a printed paper, and how many people in a town get that printed newspaper delivered to their home?
I appreciate that, and it does bring a different perspective in regards to having the Bar Association involved in it. But I just wanted to give you the example, and I'd love to hear some solutions from you. I think the first one is in the representation of Easton. We have a interesting community, and I can't say that everybody is guaranteed access or has access to the internet. We have an aging population that may or may not be able to access it. I know many of the seniors who go to the senior center in Easton to access their internet on a periodic basis. So there's one in regards to whether there's a guarantee and full access to internet access, and how do we guarantee that if we're going strictly notice. The two publications in which news that you're articulating online, the Eastern Courier, I was just on the Eastern Courier right now. There is no platform or structure for legal notices. I just went to the town hall, the town website. I'm looking for legal notices. So there's nothing precluding our towns to doing that right now, but I don't see anywhere on that website that indicates legal notices in regards to meetings and things like that. So again, I just wanted to be sure. Transparency, and I've been in the legislature a long time. We've had this conversation year after year. To this day, the Connecticut General Assembly still prints up daily notices that our lobbyists and staffers still use, even though technology is readily available. So I like to ask your legal expertise and solutions to how do you solve the three questions I just gave you? And how do you help the smaller towns that may not have the internet webmaster capability to add that additional cost? I know they love to do it, but are they guaranteed to provide that kind of access? I just sometimes wonder, unless we have solutions in place and a demonstrated track record, we're putting at risk notices that people may not use the form that we are accustomed to. When I say we, a lot of the people that may be a part of this hearing, but there's a whole population that are now unable to see us. They're unable to get on Zoom to hear us. Are we precluding them from the legal notice and access to democracy? So I'd love to hear your thoughts and solutions to the three questions I just posed to you.
Sure. Thanks so much. I'll do my best to break them down. If I miss something, let me know, please. I think in terms of transparency, 5173, the way I read the bill, and correct me if this was not the intent, but communities will still have the option they will be able to choose. Do we want to put these notices on our website? Do we want to continue publishing them in the newspaper? Maybe we want to do both to reach the different populations, as this may be a transition point in terms of physical media and online media that you referenced. There is no way to reach everybody, right? Because while you referenced a population or populations that don't go online, there are many people who do not get a newspaper delivered to them. To be honest, the best way that I found in my experience, 10 or so years as a zoning lawyer, to notify the public is a regulation that Easton has, and every community that I've practiced in across Connecticut is a neighbor notice requirement, where if there is a zoning application that is of interest to your neighborhood, owners of property within a certain feet, usually 100 to 300 or so feet, will receive a letter in the mail, either from the applicant or from the local zoning department, telling them, hey, there's a public hearing coming up in 10 days or in 2 weeks or whatever the case may be. And if you're interested, you ought to come to town hall or log into Zoom and make your voice heard. And by the way, here's a copy of the plan of what the property owner is looking to do. So I think that's the better way to reach out to folks, and that's something that communities are doing right now. I've fielded a lot of anxious calls, I'll say, from neighbors of folks who've gotten who are next to projects that I've worked on, and who've said, hey, I'm responding to the letter I got at the public hearing, or I'm responding to something that I saw online. I've never received a call that said, hey, I turned to the legal notice section of the Stanford Advocate, and I saw a description about this project. That's just something that's never happened to me. I think those tools that exist independent of state law, that neighbor notice requirement, will be helpful to address the concern you've raised, Senator Huang, and also the fact that the bill before you will give towns the option. If this does get passed, I hope that a lot of communities will go online, but maybe there are some who will continue to do in print for at least a period of time. And I think while there aren't legal notices on many municipal websites now, I think that's because it's not required for them to do that. But if you do go onto any town's website, you will see, agendas for zoning meetings, Board of Finance meetings, all EPC meetings. I'd imagine that, if they can get agendas online, I would imagine that notices are a similar lift, but they'll still have that option to go in print under 5173 if that becomes law.
I appreciate your recommendations. I think your notification of a butter notification is challenging because, and I know that you cited that you did not have any experience. I have, not just simply the butters, but the broader community may have interest in these kind of notifications. I think it's important to recognize that transparency and notification is critical. To follow up on that what if it was posted and the error that happened in the Fenwick case occurred? Who's liable? From a legal perspective, if it gets posted online, but it's navigating through a very complicated menu, or you got to go through agendas that lays under 3 different sub-menus, but all of a sudden, there's a litigation like it happened in Fenwick, where people said, hey, it was online, but I couldn't get to it. It wasn't readily available to be found, and I didn't know about it. So who is then ultimately liable? Is our municipalities liable? Is the notification, because you've taken away the notification requirement on a legal paper basis? Who is ultimately liable? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so it would, I imagine, be the same as it would be today, where if there is a procedural defect in a zoning decision specifically, an aggrieved party would sue the town. That's how it works today. If there's a defect in a print notice, which does happen, by the way. There are times when an ad is paid for and for some reason it's not in the newspaper, or there's a typo and it cites the incorrect address, so you have to re-notice it. The notice in print is not perfect substantively, but the municipalities would be the defendant where there's an appeal for a notice issue today when notice is incorrect in the newspaper. And that would, I imagine, be the case with the online format. I will say in the written testimony that we prepared, the Bar Association, we did recommend that the bill be amended to insert the words, and I'm just looking what we proposed here, posting on a link that's available on the homepage of the municipality, so that it's not, as you referenced, not something that's buried, but you got to click on P&Z and then notices and then a tab that's readily identifiable on the town homepage, perhaps titled legal notices, to make it as user friendly as humanly possible. So it's on the front page of the town website instead of buried behind almost everything else as it is in print today.
That's an excellent recommendation, and I appreciate that. And again, if our towns, this gets written in the statute and it passes, but if town webmasters don't post it out in front with an easy link, it's a real big burden to put each respective town to be on liability, because then you really do open them up for a liability basis instead of an oversight. Would that be fair to say? Your recommendation is excellent. If this gets passed out in law and a town employee or a webmaster forgets to post that on there on a timely basis, would you imagine opening up more venues of litigation and liability for our towns?
No, I would not, just because, again, in under today's regime, where the only place we can publish is in a print newspaper. When you appeal a zoning decision for a procedural defect, the defendant is the town or city that had jurisdiction over that zoning decision. So that is the case today. So I don't think there'll be an increase in liability to a town or city as a result of this bill becoming a law.
Great, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you. I understand it's an ongoing issue. It's a cost to our municipalities, but I think we need to balance it with regards to effective and transparent notification and notice. I'm hopeful that with the recommendations you just made, that we get many more recommendations and maybe reach a compromise where we can feel the confidence that notices get to the people that need to hear on this. We've had other cases where a notification and awareness was not readily transparent, and it's causing a whole lot of angst and frustration. So as we move along on this, I welcome your input from the Bar Association, but also from many others, and also from our newspapers and municipalities to try to create a solution that is best for all parties involved. So thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other question for Jason? Don't see or hear anything. Thank you, Jason, for your testimonial. Our next speaker is Scott Sandler, Community Association. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. I am Scott Sandler. I am the managing partner of the law firm Sandler and Hanson, and our practice is focused on the representation of condominium and homeowner associations throughout the state of Connecticut. I also serve as chair of the Connecticut Legislative Action Committee for the Community Associations Institute, and I am here to voice my support for raised bill number 5168, which would allow homeowners in some condominiums to be able to install solar generating systems on the rooftops of their home. All too often, condominium-related bills that we see proposed are one-size-fits-all bills, and they don't always recognize that not all of these communities are structured similarly. Some of them are very different from others, and they don't always balance all of the needs and concerns of the respective homeowners and their associations. This bill is different. This bill was carefully crafted with Representative Curry, members of this committee, to provide a very balanced proposal, one that protects homeowners who wish to put up panels, homeowners who are not interested in panels, and some reasonable regulatory authority for the association. So this bill grants some homeowners more flexibility than they have now. This bill also creates a structure for dealing with these requests and what would be required to permit the installation of the panel. And it provides protections for the other owners in the community at large, as well as the association itself. So being such a well-balanced bill and one that provides greater flexibility, we do express our support for it. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming to testify today and for your work collaborating with Rep. Curry and all those who've worked on this. I know this has been a difficult issue over time, and hopefully we can pass this bill all the way through this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pazio.
If there are condo associations who are or have been opposed to this sort of measure in the past or are still today, I mean, you're speaking for a group, but it doesn't speak for everybody. What have been or are those concerns?
That's an excellent question. Thank you. Many association members oppose panels purely on aesthetic reasons alone. Cost is always a concern as well, but in the way this bill is structured, we've created the situation where if someone wishes to install a panel, they are absorbing the costs rather than having them shared among the entire community. And this bill does largely overlook intentionally the aesthetic issue. On the other hand, we're dealing with individually owned buildings rather than one building with multiple units where the folks within that building just have conflicting and competing interests.
Okay, thank you for your answer and testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question for Scott? At this time, I don't see any question. Thank you, Scott, for coming and testify. Thank you. With that, I'd like
Thank you,
to
Mr. Chair.
pass on my co-chair.
Okay, number 29 is up next, Scott Jarzombek. Hopefully I got that one right. If not, I apologize.
No, that was very well done. Very well done. Esteemed members of the Planning and Development Committee, I'm Scott Jarzombek, Vice President of the Connecticut Library Association, Town Librarian in Fairfield, and member of the Friends of the Seymour Public Library, where I reside. I urge your support for legislation SB 148. In my 25-year career, I've had the honor of leading urban, suburban, and rural libraries. When it comes to ebooks, the story remains the same. I have witnessed firsthand the sacrifices libraries at all levels face in providing equitable access to digital resources. As my colleagues have shared, the lease structure imposed by publishers include arbitrary restrictions that limit accessibility and use, effectively creating digital scarcity, impacting organizational capacity for libraries, and creating confusion for patrons. One has to question if this is done deliberately. Electronic formats can cost 4 times as much as their physical counterpart. The inability of multiple patrons to access the same digital title simultaneously leads to significant wait times, averaging 19 to 21 days in Fairfield. Libraries attempt to offset this with additional leases. These additional purchases make, at best, a small marginal impact at a significant cost. We can afford to do that. For many smaller libraries, this is not an option. Libraries are more than book repositories. We bridge the digital divide, serve as community gathering spaces, and stand as a line of defense against loneliness. We are staunch advocates for free speech and expression. We do this with limited financial resources, often making sacrifices to answer public demand. We are simply asking for the ability to provide one of many services at a reasonable cost. I think it's important to point out, many of us are doing this on our own time. We do not have a lobbyist representing us. No one in the library community will benefit from this and this work. Our single motivator is fulfilling our obligation of promoting literacy in our communities. I also want to make clear, digital collections are not a luxury. Electronic formats provide a unique opportunity for libraries to provide library service 24/7 on holidays and even during global health emergencies. Digital collections break down barriers for those unable to access our material due to transportation, income, schedules, or health. Digital audiobooks and accessibility options on ebooks serve neurodiverse and those individuals with impaired sight. The availability of this content promotes not only literacy, but also equity. In closing, the current leasing models presents an unfair and unsustainable system for libraries and taxpayers. This is a matter of contract law, not copyright. We are not seeking to deny authors or creators their fair share, but rather advocating for the ability to negotiate pricing that is fair to taxpayers, sustainable for libraries, and allows equal and equitable access no matter where you live in the state.
Thank you so much. I think as we heard earlier, author's fair share is a misnomer. So, I thank you for mentioning that. I will say there were some things that struck me in your testimony that I had not heard yet today. Specifically, not a luxury. I think that's really an important point. And driving home the accessibility piece, because I think that that's been sort of not discussed as much, but certainly a really important piece, not just for being able to make your print larger, but, you know, as you said, for neurodivergent people to have access to that. I know that's made a difference in the lives of my neurodivergent children. So I really did appreciate that. Any questions from Senator Wong?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Scott. Thank you for your work in Fairfield. As you will see, you've got quite a fan club with the entire Fairfield,
nervous.
Entire Fairfield delegation. So we are, as a delegation, fully in support of the great work you do, but also this important bill. You talked about access and equity. I think we're very proud that you represent Fairfield's library, but also you cite that you're a resident of Seymour. And I know your background was at Albany in their unique kind of a citywide library system. Can you talk about how this bill and the cost differential impacts access and equity for all of our libraries, not just suburbs or rural areas or college research university libraries, but also including our city? Talk a little bit about how this cost differential affects equity and access.
Well, you know, for many libraries, it is always a question when we get our budgets. It's always a question, what are we going to sacrifice to continue these services? And ebooks and the cost of ebooks, we were lucky enough in Fairfield to ask for additional funds last year, and we got them solely to purchase more ebooks. But in other communities, that is not the case. And when we talk about accessibility, my library does not have a sidewalk that leads to it in Seymour. So in other words, when my sons want to go to library when it is open, they don't have a safe passageway there. It got my son to listen to more audiobooks. They can't ride their bikes there. There's no structure. There's no infrastructure. So really the library is physically closed to them. So in order for them to use the library and to get books, they're using the ebook collection there. But then again, this is a library with a small budget. I look at the budget every year, a small budget that doesn't have the money to purchase as many books as other municipalities do, and doesn't have the hours to be open to everyone. So it comes down to our ebook collections provide accessibility by being there 24/7. So mom works 45 minutes north of Seymour. Dad works a half an hour south of Seymour. My sons can't ride their bikes just yet to that library, but if they need a book, if they want an audiobook to listen to, they can go on the computer and they can do it. But that collection is somewhat limited. So there's the accessibility there. I have a non-reader. My 14-year-old is not a reader. I know, breaks my heart a little. However, he'll listen to audiobooks. So again, here's a service that's provided, and we don't have CD players in the house. We might somewhere buried. But here's the ability for my 14-year-old to download a book and listen to it and give them the opportunity. Or we sit in the car on a family trip and we all listen to that audiobook together, creating that family bond. That's what these collections provide. And it's powerful and it's strong and it's part of our mission.
The equity and thank you for sharing that perspective. Would you agree that it impacts all of our libraries, but do you believe that it disproportionately impacts greater a lot of our other communities, from rural communities to our urban communities? That inequity is disproportionate, and it's driven by this cost, which does not vary. And it does not vary whether you're a city, rural, or a suburb. That's what's remarkable, is that disparity that exists is even more exacerbated and greatly more disparate in different communities.
Absolutely. In Albany, there was a constant discussion of how much more can we cut from our physical book budget so we can purchase more ebooks. And in urban communities where there's such a digital divide, and not just a digital divide in terms of connectivity, but also digital literacy, where individuals may have a phone, but they don't know how to download the app or work the app to download the book. It's really a struggle in those communities. And for rural libraries, look at our budgets for our rural libraries and our smaller libraries. The collection development budget it's not sustainable to pay these prices for leases, nor is it easy to discuss with your local alderman or selectman about why you're spending money on books that you're unable to keep in your building that will disappear after 28 borrows or 2 years. It leads to a really difficult conversation around budgets.
I'm going to pivot. My second point would be, I know that the Library Consortium Executive Director, Ms. Paul, could not stay. She submitted testimony, but it was a question I was reserving for her. And that is, you talked about contract law and the emphasis of the language of this bill that looks at contract law and being very cognizant and being very respectful of copyright protection and federal preemption. Talk a little bit more about your application of your contract negotiations through the consortium, through the publisher, and why this approach is a valid pathway.
You have to understand that we don't purchase these directly from the publisher. We use an aggregator. We use a third party, which provide an app and provide kind of the software that our patrons can use to access these books. But the price, no matter who the aggregator is, the price is the same. There is no, okay, well, if I can't purchase this book for this price here, I can go here and purchase it for less money. We don't have that opportunity. There is no negotiation. There is not. Saying there's negotiation, there's not. There's a lack of negotiation. It is, this is the cost of the service that you're paying for. This is the cost of the material. Maybe you can do one option or the other, but for the most part, we really don't have the opportunity to negotiate, to have a conversation, to ask for, prices to be changed.
You're in a buyer-seller transaction in a contract arrangement, but you have no say whatsoever. You could not, I mentioned it earlier with the former president of the American Library Association, the fact that they were in the early stages of this 15 years ago, able to embargo or limit access to books. And there was no pathway. And let's fast forward to today. You talk about an alternative pathway, and we're talking about contract law here and the ability to be able to negotiate. But you can't go and say, I'm not going to buy from you, publisher. I will go buy 10 copies on Amazon.com and to be able to share that, just as I could go buy any books or go any book sale, as we have so many in wonderful Fairfield, everybody should visit, and be able to loan it out. There is a restriction through your aggregator and through the contract agreement that you are restricted, but you have no say on pricing.
No, and early on when we first launched ebooks, that was really the discussion is, are we going to do this? Are we going to provide this service? Because we knew then that the pricing was unfair, and we hoped that that would change as usage and the amount of money that we spend, as we kind of grew what we thought would grow into a relationship, but the relationship really we never really established, we were never able to establish a relationship because it was, okay, you're using this service, now you're stuck.
I think one of the important elements is library book checkouts still obviously dominate, but in our conversations, COVID created a new venue, a new kind of utilization to get books and knowledge and information. Your example of your 14-year-old is a great example, because without the opportunity of an audiobook, that young person would never enjoy and understand the opportunities to be able to learn and gain knowledge. And that's a shame. Can you cite a little bit the market increase of ebook utilization in your library system that kind of has continued post the spike in COVID, to make an understanding that your cost on ebooks and audiobooks will continue to increase because it is part of the demand, and it'll take an even bigger bite out of your operational budget, which, as the good chairwoman mentioned earlier of this committee, it's town taxpayer dollars that support our local libraries, as well as local philanthropy and our Friends of the Books library foundation do such a great job. But where does that increase in what you see in the trend, and how does that take an even bigger bite, not only today, but into the future?
It's currently in 2023, in the fiscal year 2023, it was 25% of our circulation. Ebooks. It would grow much more than that if the wait lists weren't so long. So in other words, when I work the reference desk, I've had patrons come in and say, I have a hold for the ebook version of this, but I saw you had the physical version, so I came in. So we would grow. I mean, it will become probably half of our circulation at some point in time. Keep in mind also that CDs are no longer a viable format. So all of those audiobooks that we purchased for years and circulated for years, that format will disappear. The demand for that format will go away. And the only opportunities to borrow an audiobook from a library will be through digital. And that's at much higher cost than we're used to pay.
That's a scary thought for your budget. And it's a scary thought because my daughter lives in Brooklyn. There's a book, the latest movie with Leo DiCaprio, The Killer Moon. We went to the library. It's a 1 week wait to get the electronic book for her. In Brooklyn, for her, it is a 6-month wait. I hope we never get to that in our communities. And ultimately, if you're looking at that kind of rise in utilization with the cost disparity and the unfairness of the cost disparity that has existed without any solution, I worry about what your budget will become. And I worry about what other critical services libraries will have to cut. So thank you very much for speaking out. Thank you for your great work on behalf of the people of Fairfield and the surrounding area. And again, thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCarthy Vahey, the good chairwoman of Public Health.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and continuing the Fairfield fan club here. Scott, I think everyone can see why we are so fortunate to have you serving not only Fairfield, but also the state in the role that you're in, and I'm really grateful. Senator Wong actually just asked one of my questions. I believe you answered that 25% of Fairfield's borrowing is digital, and I heard earlier that in West Haven, that number's even higher at 32%. I'll share that the good chair of this committee recommended Tom Lake by Ann Patchett to me quite some time ago. I went on to my Libby app and I put that on hold on December 2nd. I started out 88th in line. There are 10 copies in use, and I can now expect delivery after February 25th. So I have about 2 weeks left and I'm 8th in line. I'm just sharing that as my access through the Fairfield Public Library. I also wondered if you could repeat the line that you shared about loneliness. What you said during your testimony.
Libraries really are like the first line of defense when it comes to loneliness. We see it with our young adult population. I'm a kid who was not necessarily a reader. My public library growing up was my safe space in the community that I grew up in. And as a teen librarian, I saw that when I was in Albany, when I was in Poughkeepsie, and I see it in Fairfield. And then for our older adults, for my mom, who's, I won't say her age, who's older, who goes to the library, that's one of the 3 or 4 places that she goes in the community. And we see that every day. And again, how does this connect to ebooks? The programming that we do may be limited if we have a budget squeeze. And then it will be a question of, do we continue to do these book groups, these book talks during the day? Do we need to move that money towards our collection development policy? How do we handle that? So it all ties into our overall mission of kind of being that cultural and informational hub of our community. And one thing impacts the other.
And I thank you so much for that. All of these things are connected. And I know I have been in and out of public health meetings and other meetings today, as so many of us have. And I know there's been testimony from other librarians, but to focus on the loneliness piece really struck me because of that connection. And in particular with some of the news that we're hearing today about tragedies in other states, and you're referencing teens, particularly our vulnerable teens, some of our teens in the LGBT community. I also just want to note and thank you for your comments, as the good chair emphasized, in terms of the diversity of experience. So you mentioned neurodiversity. I recently experienced a family tragedy. Reading is one of my coping skills. But I found that I couldn't read. I was unable to actually read books at all, which is something I normally do, but I was able to listen. And on Hoopla, I was able to get The Year of Magical Thinking by Joan Didion. Thank you. But sometimes in life, we need to be able to connect in different ways. And the library, through digital books and through everything you do, you are our ticket to the world, but also to each other. And I'm so grateful to you and every librarian who's been here today to testify on behalf of this bill, which will provide access. So thank you so very much, Scott.
Thank you. And I would just say that teen librarians are superheroes. They may not wear capes, but the work that they do is extraordinary, and we are so grateful for them. So seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Rebecca Harlow from Case Memorial Library. Thank you for your patience and being with us all afternoon.
Chairs, Representative Converse DeGrasse, Senator Rahman, ranking members Zullo, and I don't see Zullo anymore. We lost Zullo. And Fazio, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Harlow. I'm here in support of SB 148. I'm chair of the ebook committee for Lion, a library consortium that has spent over 2 million taxpayer dollars leasing digital books through Overdrive. By the end of this year, we will have lost access to over by the end of this year, over $1 million worth of content. I can see when I read the testimony of the General Counsel of the News Media Alliance, that they submitted written testimony stating that this is a non-existent problem, because I cannot imagine sitting in front of you people and saying that aloud with a straight face. I'm going to scrap most of my original written testimony because I think that I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have said. We understand ebook pricing is out of control, licenses are crazy. So I'm just going to touch on some things that I think we haven't really talked about as much. First, I want to address the price fixing and aggregator issue. When I was part of the state's pilot program for ebooks, I was really excited. I thought we have this opportunity to develop these great collections at lower costs. The cost to lease an ebook is fixed across platforms. It's through agency pricing. There is absolutely no ability to get an ebook or an audiobook for any other price than what is settled by the publishers. And the only aggregator that Amazon and the Big Five will work with is Overdrive. So we can't shop around to try to use a different aggregator to avoid the platform fees that are charged. I laughed when I read the testimony from the Independent Book Publishers Association arguing that this is going to harm them. They are a non-entity in this argument. We cannot and have never been able to afford a single book from the Independent Publishers Association. We can't afford independently published books. We can't afford self-published books. We can't afford mid-list, backlist. We can't afford most of the bestsellers. Like, if you want to talk about what kind of collections we're creating, what we're creating is a collection that very poorly serves people who like to read adult fiction created by white authors. That's what libraries are offering right now. And we're offering a 7-month wait list to access that. We are offering barely anything for children, for teens. I just looked up at the stats, like, I mean, it's like sad when I think about like people talking about their like neurodivergent kids, teens. We are not providing anything for those kids. Last year, we bought 39. We spent $200,000, 39 audiobooks for teens and children. 39. 0 of those were nonfiction. I bought 200 nonfiction books, ebooks and audiobooks across ages last year. Like, we talk about access to information. You're not accessing information. You're accessing fiction written for adults by white people. There's no diversity. There's no representation, nothing. We're not, I mean, as you said, it's, you know, I'm shocked when I hear people say like, oh, I've been waiting 2 months. We have people who have been on hold for books that have expired. They have been waiting 8 years 8 years for ebooks.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are complete. Please wrap up.
Yeah, I'll just add this. Like, if you want to think about how crazy this is, like, I just had to repurchase for the millionth time For Whom the Bell Tolls, an ebook. And people were waiting a year for that. A year. For something written by somebody who's been dead 60 years. This is crazy. Like, this is serving no one. And I'll just say one last thing. Audiobooks they are only digital. That's where we're moving. If we want to be able to offer digital audio books to library patrons, we have to find a fix to this problem. Thank you.
I just would like to go back to the numbers in your testimony. Did you say you spent 2 million and you already lost $1 million of the collection?
By the end of this year, we will have lost over $1 million in content. And if we wanted to repurchase it, it would cost us significantly more than that.
Okay, so you're saying that basically $2 million of taxpayer dollars were spent, and $1 million of those taxpayer dollars, basically Harry Potter, Vanishing Spell, poof, gone.
Mhm.
I just have to let that sit for a second, because it's really honestly gobsmacking that we've allowed this to go on as long as we have.
Yes.
It's
It's hard to even say it out loud. Like, I get
Right,
choked up
I-
saying it out loud because I think, like, we're serving no one and we've flushed $1 million of taxpayer dollars down the toilet.
I think I can speak for every colleague up here that's elected. If we did that knowingly, willingly, et cetera, none of us would be sitting here after November.
Yes.
I just, to put as fine a point on it as I possibly can.
Mhm.
I also just want to speak to the piece you said about you're building basically a catalog of books written by white men, and not that I don't enjoy a good Stephen King. And again, I'm going to pick on James because it's his fault a lot of the time, because it's his books that are so popular.
We don't even have all of his books.
Right, of course. Harlan Coben, the list could go on and on and on of the most popular, male white authors. And certainly there's a place for those books. I mean, certainly people like them, they're popular, whatever. But I think that to the point of loneliness from the last speaker, to the point of serving teenagers, the importance of being able to see yourself on a page just cannot be overstated. I'm honestly horrified at a lot of that. And I have to say, we certainly heard plenty of testimony today, but I think you woke us up at 5:15 because that was significant. Any questions from my colleagues? I don't see any at this time, but I cannot thank you enough.
Thank
So,
you.
have a good evening.
You too.
Up next, we have David Kluski from the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association. One of these days, I'm going to get your last name right.
Klozewski.
Thank you so much. When you're ready.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Cavalos Chagra, Chairman Rahman, and other distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is David Klozewski, and I am here today representing the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association as chair of their legislative committee. At Tax Collectors, we periodically offer advice on proposed legislation impacting the laws and procedures by which municipal taxes and other types of assessments like sewer charges are paid both voluntarily and recovered through legal mechanisms such as foreclosure. We are opposed to Senate Bill 149, an act concerning foreclosure assignment and other enforcement actions for unpaid sewer assessments and other fees and charges. We support its intent, but respectfully request changes to its language. Sewer charges are direct expenses for municipalities for the usage and maintenance of their sewer systems. This legislation effectively makes the first $4,000 of sewer charges purely optional. What is in this legislation to prevent from making payments under $4,000 optional? And will the state compensate municipalities for the huge proportion of revenue which would now be unrecoverable, and amend the statutes to allow increasing the rates for on-time ratepayers to make up for it? Even more problematic is 12-164 of the Connecticut General Statutes. This provides a period of only 15 years for any taxes to remain collectible. This means that an average annual sewer usage bill of $266 would not accrue a principal balance of $4,000 within that 15-year time period. Additionally, more often than not, when you have a delinquent sewer balance, it's likely that there could be a delinquent real estate balance as well. So for example, if someone were to be delinquent on the real estate taxes in excess of $100,000, we would have to exclude from foreclosure action any additional sewer debt that was under $4,000 on that same property. So, we support having protections in place before any type of enforcement action. The majority of tax collectors across the state maintain guardrails and protections before they consider any foreclosure action. And in the case of sewer use charges, they're often based on the amount of water consumption. So it only makes sense that the foreclosure action should be based on their ability or lack of ability to, or their failure to pay, rather than based on the amount of water that has been consumed. So therefore, what we're requesting is that the limit of $4,000 be revised, and instead of being a dollar amount, it should be based on a time period. So for example, 3 years. 3 years or more delinquent is something that I think many of my colleagues, and you can see over 20 tax collectors, have testified in opposition, and the most of the response, they're in agreement that it should be based on the amount of years, not the amount of dollars. And I thank you for the time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. I believe that when we filed this bill, as you know, we have seen this over and over again. The intent was
Yes.
to file the compromise that we had reached at the end of last session. That did not get placed, but it does have a time requirement on that. And I'm sure we'll hear more about that as we go along. So thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Go ahead, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, David. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Can you talk to me a little bit about your concern and explain for the broader audience the WPCA and the way in which it functions, and how these kind of lean dollars in a timely basis are absolutely essential and crucial for the projects that they need to undertake? I'm not sure that our broader audience fully understand the timing sensitivity and the importance of the infrastructure needs in various communities.
Yeah, so I mean, unlike a municipal budget, it's, these are dollars used for the maintenance of the sewer system. So, I try to put it in basic terms to my own taxpayers when they say, well, oh, I can't believe my sewer bill increased so much. The rate went up this much amount of dollars. And I try to explain to them, well, this is not like your municipal budget where, maybe the mill rate doesn't go up as much as it went up the year before, or maybe the mill rate stayed the same because within the budget, they chose not to do paving one year, they chose to do less paving, or something, was altered in order to cause the mill rate not to go up as much in a typical municipal budget. What we're talking about here is the WPCA, where, they have to raise these rates for the maintenance of the sewer facility. And so along those lines is I collect the sewer usage fees for the town of Fairfield. And it's absolutely critical that we collect these in a timely fashion to, maintain those funds for the maintenance of the sewer system. And in this current, this current proposal here, people will catch on, and they'll start to see, okay, why there's nothing telling me I have to pay, because the town cannot enforce collection on this. And as I was mentioning, we in Fairfield, we collect over 16,000 properties, the sewer usage fees. And on average, these could be $250 in 1 year. So these are never going to exceed $4,000 within the 15-year time period. So we're essentially going to be just writing off their delinquent taxes once they exceed 15 years.
Now, I'm familiar with the origination of this bill, and it originated, I believe, because there were some bad municipal actors that leveraged this kind of a late payment with penalties on certain businesses and property owners. But in your case, can you articulate a little bit more in regards based upon your annual calculation and the calculus that at 250 to get to that $4,000 limit, it would take 15 years.
Correct.
And if 200 or 300 or 400 say that I can't pay at this moment in time. And make no mistake about it, we live in very difficult and challenging economic times. Then what does that do to the infrastructure commitment that municipalities need to undertake? I understand the compromise that was made reduced it from, I think originally was 10,000
Yes.
down to 4. But nevertheless, it still puts an incredible burden and potential liability to do the infrastructure needs of the WPCA. And I raise that because I want to hear from municipal impact on what that it would do to your ability to do the job that you need to do to maintain infrastructure in our communities.
Yeah, I mean, it basically ties my hands. It allows me, if the WPCA were to come forward to me and say, you know, we need to collect this certain amount of revenue in order to maintain the sewer system, or, you know, lower the sewer rate for the following year. You know, like I said, my hands are tied. There's nothing I can do because we have over 16,000 accounts on average, those for sewer usage, and those could be, say, anywhere from $250 to $500. So, you know, essentially we're saying my hands are tied for 10 to 15 years. And I'm just at the mercy of just hoping that, you know, taxpayers do pay on time. And if they don't, I'm out of options, essentially. I certainly I can file a lien, but that's, you know, that's just protecting us in the event that they sell, refinance, et cetera. So.
Thank you, David. And you're bringing up, from my familiarity, your examples for Fairfield. And thank you for the great work you do on behalf of the residents of Fairfield. It's very rare that we talk to a tax assessor and say you do a great job. But saying that, I also wanted to note your role as president of your board of Tax Assessors Association. It is a unified statement among your fellow colleagues across all of our communities that this is one that puts their WPCA and infrastructure projects and ongoing maintenance at risk should this pass, and puts incredible liability concerns and pressure on them. Would that be fair to say? I just wanted to be able to hear that from not just yourself in Fairfield, but also the other municipalities that your assessment association.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, like I said, there's just no way for us to enforce the collection of the revenue that they would need. And, you know, I think it creates confusion too, because as I mentioned, what's very common is if you're foreclosing on real estate taxes, much higher dollar amount involved, it creates this, you know, issue of someone could owe 50,000, 100,000 on their real estate taxes. Town wants to foreclose on that. They typically you include any other debts associated with the property. So just hypothetically, someone does a tax sale auction, property owes $100,000. How is that property foreclosed on if they can go after the 100,000 on the real estate, but they also owe, say, I don't know, 5 years and $2,000 on their sewer bill, but that's precluded from foreclosure. So, you know, I think logistically it causes a confusion there as well. Is that now to say that we can't foreclose on their house taxes because the sewer taxes are protected from foreclosure?
Interesting. David, thank you very much. Have you submitted written testimony?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
myself
We'll review
and 20 other tax collectors as well, because as you know, I'm chair of the legislative committee. I've also been a instructor for over 10 years now. I can say with confidence I probably know almost all 169 tax collectors in the state, and I feel the overwhelming majority already have these types of guardrails in place or protections where they're not going to foreclose on someone, you know, for a $100 sewer balance. There's going to be a certain amount of years in place before they even consider something like that.
If you could share some of those guardrails that your organization has put into place to ensure that that these kind of potential risks to delinquent taxpayers are not being utilized, I think that'd be important and helpful, because there is a rationale for initiating this bill, and I want to acknowledge the proponent of this, because the senator has been an incredibly and resilient in this issue. So I know it's important, but if you can reassure that this is an isolated incident, that tax collectors have taken guardrails to ensure that abuses do not occur, I think that'd be important for me to take a look at and articulate as well. So thank you very much for your time. Thanks for your good work. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Representative McCarthy Vahey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Kluszewski, thank you. I just wanted to add my thanks. You have been working on this issue and talking about this issue for a number of years. I appreciate the work the committee has done, and I know that compromise language will be a continued conversation in this session. But I really just wanted to add my thanks. And as Scott was here, our town librarian, he was also pointing to the screen and having some Fairfield pride. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am seeing no other questions at this time. Thank you for your testimony and have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Next up, we have Jeff Gentes from CFHC. And YLS, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Rahman, Representative Cabral-Degra, and the distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jeff Gentes. I teach a housing clinic at Yale Law School, and I'm an attorney at Connecticut Fair Housing Center. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 149, which is the bill that was just under discussion. It's also the fourth year you've been dealing with this bill. So I appreciate you raising it again and being focused on this bill. In short, we submitted written testimony a few hours ago. Abusive foreclosures for low dollar amounts that increase people's bills by $2,500, $3,000 or more based on attorney's fees and court fees are still happening. They're still bad. And sewer liens are still accruing 18% interest on unpaid bills, so that this WPCAs still have options or still are being paid on that back interest. And they still have options like collection and other ways of they need not foreclose. For instance, the MDC, the large WPCA in the Hartford area, does not foreclose. They do not need to foreclose. And we support this bill. We also support it with the notion of the compromise that was referenced during the last discussion with a lesser of $4,000 or 5 years. If that was amended in committee and came out, we'd urge its quick passage on both the Senate, and it's made it through the Senate in years past, and then through the House. And that would be great. With that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. I believe that is the compromise that we came up with last time, that we will be hopefully moving towards a JFS at the end of when we get to our committee meeting on this. Any questions at this time? Seeing none. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Appreciate it. William Hester is up next, please, from the Norfolk Sewer District. All things sewer in a row.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this committee for hearing us. I'm the superintendent of the Norfolk Sewer District. We are way up in the northwest corner. We're a very small plant. I'm also representing that whole area up there. I'm the former vice chairman of the Winchester Water and Sewer Commission, so I'm very familiar with operations of how it all goes down. As it sits with this $4,000, they were talking about this money. Our budget is at our small plant, which is the second smallest sewer plant in the state. And we also have the second oldest sewer system in the state of Connecticut. That $4,000 is like 1% of our budget. So on a regular basis, most of our people actually stay outside of our threshold. So there's anywhere average monthly that people owe between $14,000 and $16,000. So over time, if this bill actually passes, we could be looking at a potential revenue loss of between $30,000 and $50,000, which would devastate the small plants, our collection systems, our bonding, all of it. It would just be not good at all. We actually have no say over the interest. I believe that's state mandated on what's paid on the interest. So we're definitely opposed of it. Like I say, I represent all the small plants in the state of Connecticut, And that money could incur fast at $4,000. Our average sewer bill alone is between $1,200 and $1,400 a year. So that 4,000 would come really fast for us because we only have 380 houses hooked into our system. Like I said, we're the second smallest and the second oldest in the state. So, and it would affect our bond rating, losing that revenue. So I have any questions for anybody? Yeah.
Okay. I am not seeing any questions at this time, but I thank you so much for your testimony and we will keep that in mind. Thank you. Mike Glidden from Casio, please. I do not see Mike online. Okay, next up, Aaron Drumeyer from the Mark Twain Library.
Good afternoon or good evening, members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Erin Drumeyer. I am the director of the Mark Twain Library in Reading. I am a Stamford resident, a member of the Connecticut Library Association Board, and I'm also the parent of 2 future readers. I'm speaking today to voice my support for SB 148. I will be echoing a lot of the things that my colleagues have said before me today. Since the beginning of the pandemic, digital material usage at Mark Twain Library has exploded. We're circulating more than twice as many digital materials than we did in 2019. But as our digital materials become more and more popular, it has become increasingly difficult to keep up with demand. For example, right now, our digital item with the longest waitlist is Lessons in Chemistry by Bonnie Garmus. If you were to place a hold on it today, on February 21st, it would most likely be available sometime in May. As a library user, you might think to yourself, well, this book is only $15 on Amazon. Why can't you just buy more? But if I were to purchase an ebook license of Lessons in Chemistry, I would have to spend $55 just to rent it, not even own it. After 2 years, this license would expire and I would have to pay $55 again. This is why libraries can't keep up with ebook demand. Paying $110 for an ebook over and over again devastates our digital materials budget, especially for a small library like Mark Twain. Because of this example, I urge you to support SB 148 and its work towards setting fair contract terms for ebook licensing. It would help authors as they receive royalties on a per copy sold basis. This would allow libraries to purchase more of those copies. It would help patrons because they would receive their ebooks in a timely manner. And it would help libraries build meaningful and complete collections that meet the demands of their unique communities. We want to support authors and publishers. We want to build robust digital collections. We want to serve our communities through equal access. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much and for the work that you do. I do not see any questions at this time, but we certainly appreciate you being here. Thank you. Up next, we have Elizabeth Lane. Thank you for your patience.
Madam Chair, you skipped.
I didn't. She's not here.
Oh, I apologize.
My name is Elizabeth Lane and I live in Bloomfield, Connecticut. I also have the privilege of serving the wonderful community of Bloomfield as director of Bloomfield Public Library. I'm here about the ebook bill. I'm in the very important business of connecting people to information. It may sound easy, but I can assure you that it's not. Assessing information in an equitable way is a social justice issue. We're struggling to break down the many barriers to access, but we do not have the staffing or monetary resources to battle the power of corporate entities who keep rewriting the rules. And more problematically, libraries pay a lot more for digital materials. I'm in Bloomfield. In December, we spent $1,000 on 5 children's books, 3 teen books, 7 adult books, and 5 adult audiobooks. 20 items, with almost all of them expiring in 20 months. We want to meet the needs of our public, and as our BPL online interactions increase, our patrons are getting less and less. And again, we will never own those books. We need your help to help us use tax dollars in the same way the average person uses their own money to buy an ebook. We need you all to step in. When ebook legislation first started going through the states, in Maryland specifically a few years ago, I excitedly wrote Senator Slapp and Representative Gibson asking them to follow suit in Connecticut. In truth, we should have asked for your help more than a decade ago. We are asking you to help level the playing field for libraries of all kinds. And I want to share 5 key points that the American Library Association once addressed in relation to this issue. 1, all published works must be available for libraries to purchase and lend to library users. 2, access to and use of ebooks must be equitably balance the rights and privileges of readers, authors, and publishers. Digital content must be accessible to all. Library patrons must be able to access digital content on the device of their choosing, and reading records must remain private in the digital age. I want to use the last 30 seconds of my time, though, to address HB 5174. I also sit on the board of the No Freeze Shelter in Eastern Connecticut. And as somebody who works with shelters, we really need a comprehensive approach to tackling homelessness. We need everyone who can to help. In January, we had 63 guests, which was a high at our small shelter. We cannot do it alone. If there are churches who want to help or other religious institutions, we welcome that. And coming from Bloomfield that doesn't have a shelter but has many religious organizations, it would really help us specifically when it's really cold out. And I ask everyone who is uncomfortable with this bill to think about that the next time they have to wait in a cold car and to have a feeling of what that feels like. Libraries provide warm areas for those people, but we're not open 24 hours a day. So to our religious partners that want to help, we welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for both pieces of that testimony, and especially the last piece. I think your point about being in a cold car, the next time you take the trash out, just stand there for 5 minutes, early in the morning, late at night. It produces quite a feeling in just 5 short minutes. So thank you so much. I do not see any questions at this time, but I do appreciate your testimony and for hanging with us all day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Julia Ziskina. Hopefully I got that close.
Yes, yeah, that was very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm a DC-based attorney with eBook Study Group, which is a nonprofit organization that focuses on supporting communities with new state ebook laws. For the last 2 years, it has been our pleasure to work with and support Connecticut libraries on ebook issues. I'm here to speak in support of SB 148. The purpose of this bill is to give Connecticut libraries a fair seat at the negotiating table to fulfill their mission of providing equitable access to information by ensuring that the licensing terms in ebook rental agreements are not just unilaterally dictated by one party, the publishing companies. Because libraries have a forward-facing mission in service of the public and are most often funded by taxpayer revenue, Connecticut has a special interest in regulating how that money is spent. The root of the issue is that under these ebook rental agreements, publishers set non-negotiable terms in library contracts that hamper the library's ability to loan and share ebooks. Libraries are having their mission dictated to them by these licenses. This is much like an unfair and expensive tax on libraries simply for having a public service mission. So the purpose of this bill is to use Connecticut's existing state consumer protection, contract, and procurement law to make those terms more fair. Opponents will try to misdirect by saying that this bill is preempted by federal copyright law. They'll point to a different ebook bill that was struck down by the Maryland District Court. But here are the facts. SB 148 differs from previous legislation because it does not conflict with, it is not preempted by, and it does not involve federal copyright law. Previous ebook legislation in Maryland contained language requiring publishers to sell licenses to libraries. The court found that this requiring language was preempted because it forced publishers to rent ebooks to libraries, and that was what conflicted with federal copyright law. But the court didn't touch on the portion of the bill that dealt with reasonable terms. In SB 148, There is no language that forces publishers about whether, when, and to whom to grant their licenses. In this way, the bill is instead rooted in existing state law. All states, including Connecticut, have the right and the power to legislate how their taxpayer money is spent and to regulate all varieties of contracts, even if they involve digital goods. Consumer protection and state procurement laws like this bill don't violate the rights of companies. SB 148, like all consumer protection and procurement laws before it, is based on a very simple principle that if publishers want to continue to financially benefit from doing business in Connecticut, they must abide by the state's rules for fair terms. In this case, those contracts must be reflective of the library mission, and they must feature equitable clauses and terms. So let me be clear. Merely because the bill touches on digital copyrighted goods does not make it a copyright bill. Contracts involving state money, regardless of whether they involve digital goods, are firmly within the state's powers to regulate. And publishing companies are not entitled to a special status among businesses offering goods or services in the state of Connecticut. Libraries are not bookstores. They do not exist to profit from providing popular titles, but rather to serve as non-commercial institutions, purely for public access to knowledge, a mission that the state can and has and should protect through regulation. SB 148 advances the public good by making the contracts in which these ebooks are licensed more equitable and fair, and it would provide and would protect the interests of Connecticut libraries, readers, and the state of Connecticut itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you. You touched on some of the differences between previous laws that are attempts that have not worked versus how we're choosing to tackle this. And I really appreciate that. I also appreciate your work with and on behalf of the Connecticut libraries. Any questions from my colleagues for our speaker? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And quickly, thank you for your work. And can you elaborate a little bit more for our committee in regards to the opposition to this bill, which cites that this legislates in an area that falls within the scope of federal copyright laws and therefore under the exclusive jurisdiction of Congress, and would harm authors, publishers, and other creators. This was testimony submitted by the copyrightsalliance.org. Can you articulate a little bit more in layman's term the differentiation to address that concern? Because I must admit, the frequent citation of the Baltimore legal proceeding has been used as a kind of a chilling effect to consider this idea of fairness and equity. Could you elaborate a little bit more based upon legal expertise to give us some comfort and guidance for those that may want to oppose it, citing the often repeated copyright protection and preemption concerns?
Yes, of course. So as I explained a little bit earlier, the Maryland bill had language in it that said publishers shall offer licenses to libraries. However, this arguably conflicts with the federal copyright statute that rights holders have the exclusive right to determine whether to license their works. So opponents argue that this was preempted, and that the state can't mandate the publishers to license those works to libraries. So the difference here then is that this bill is different from the Maryland bill in that we have taken that language out entirely. Instead, this ebook bill doesn't contain this shall offer language, which created what's called a compulsory license. Instead, it's saying that if publishers already make the decision to offer licenses in the state of Connecticut and to do business in the state of Connecticut, then the terms of those licenses must be fair. So in short, it's clarifying that states are within their rights to regulate rather than mandate contracts. And I want to be clear, simply because copyright is a federal statute does not mean that states can't regulate copyrighted goods. That is an absurd conclusion. There's a lot of case law and a lot of examples, for example, net neutrality, interstate commerce, a lot of topics that Congress set forth statutes and regulates, but the states also can regulate that in the interests of their citizens. It's what's called state police powers, to promote the well-being of their citizens.
In your experience and familiarity on a state and national basis, are there other states that are considering this kind of a pathway and legislative solution to addressing this issue? And if there are, could you share with this committee so that we can be able to learn from these various other states to ensure that we're united in this effort?
Yes, definitely. There are numerous states that have introduced these new ebook bills in the past 2 years or so. Connecticut introduced one last year. Currently, there's one in Iowa, Tennessee, Rhode Island. I'm forgetting some others, but in our experience from last year, there have been no substantive challenges to these bills. They have moved through the state legislatures with very good support. They have been reviewed by state attorney generals. However, they ultimately didn't pass, not because of substantive reasons or disagreements about the law, but fundamentally because of procedural issues, which I think was at issue in Connecticut last year. And simply because other priorities conflicted with these ebook bills. For example, the state legislatures were busy handling book banning or library funding, and the ebook bills kind of got bumped to the end of priorities. So unlike the Maryland bill, there haven't been challenges to this one, and in fact, it's been largely supported by state attorney generals.
Thank you. And you offer a wide-ranging state. It's not just the Northeast, but throughout this country. And this is not just simply a Connecticut issue. This impacts this kind of disparity in pricing and impact in libraries not only occur in Connecticut, but throughout the rest of this country. So I think this is one where in some cases we always look at Connecticut as being some of the forefront in testing some of the preemption issues. I hope that we do our homework and focus on contract law and learn to remove some of the procedural obstacles, and maybe we can push this along and start a trend to ease the burden and support our library. So I want to thank you for your work, and I'm sure this won't be the last time we'll be reaching out and chatting with you. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I think we have no other questions, so we appreciate your time. Have a good night. Up next, number 39, Betsy Guerra of COST. Good to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good to see you too. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I'm here to testify on a couple bills. We have submitted testimony on a number of bills, but I want to focus my remarks on two bills. One, COST strongly supports House Bill 5173, which would authorize municipalities to post legal notices on the municipal website. And we talked a lot about this issue at our board meeting, and it's an issue that has actually been before the legislature for about 20 years now and never really gone anywhere. And so we wondered whether or not we should continue to push for this, knowing that it probably wasn't going to go anywhere. But a lot of our members raised some additional concerns. In addition to cost savings, they're also frustrated that recently, I think because of changes in staffing at the newspapers or less of a focus on the needs of their communities, that the legal notices aren't being published in a timely manner. And as a result, this has created some delays in moving forward with referendums or budget meetings or other actions that end up creating some real problems in the community. So when a legal notice is not published in a timely manner, if a meeting was held or a referendum was held, those actions taken at those meetings or referendums are invalidated. And so you have to start the whole process over again. So this is becoming an increasing issue. And I think as pointed out, with readership in decline, that most people are going to the internet for their news. Many are relying on the municipal websites to find out what's happening in their community. I know there was a proposal by Attorney Klein from the Connecticut Bar Association about making sure that these are posted on the town's homepage. We're very much happy to do that. fact, we're happy to discuss other ways to make sure that we address any of the other issues that have come up with this proposal if it moves forward from this committee. And then secondly, I did want to touch on House Bill 5174 regarding temporary shelter units to address homelessness. I have listened to the testimony provided by the advocates that are trying to address homelessness issues, and I give them a lot of respect. It's a very challenging issue. It's a heartbreaking issue. And I do agree that there needs to be a comprehensive effort to address the needs of our homeless communities. But unfortunately, I don't think House Bill 5174 is the way to go. It creates a lot of issues. It does allow the as of right approval of up to 8 temporary shelter units that can be up to 400 square feet on property owned by religious organizations, churches. And I think that this creates a real problem because it sidesteps the approval processes on the local level that are in place to make sure that certain structures meet public health and safety codes and other requirements that are necessary in order to manage the property appropriately. So we do oppose the bill. We're happy to continue to work with the organizations and try to determine whether there is a comprehensive way that we can assist them in addressing homelessness in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just want to point out that there is a provision in the bill that you oppose that does it's lines 88 through 92 saying that nothing in this section shall be interpreted to exempt a temporary shelter unit from any applicable provision to any building code or fire code. Just as a point of reference, there's also some health code information in there as well in case that was not clear. Any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony, and we'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Madhu Gupta from the Public Library of New London, number 40.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the honorable members of the Planning and the Development Committee. My name is Madhu Gupta, and I'm the Director of the Public Library of New London. I speak in support of SB number 148. By necessity, the library patrons have become more and more immersed in a digital world, looking for jobs, applying for state and federal benefits, and keeping in touch with family and friends have all pushed our patrons to become facile with computers, tablets, and smartphones. Through the Digital Navigator program at the library, we offer classes and one-on-one tutoring sessions to teach people how to navigate this new reality. By offering a range of digital resources and services, the library is helping to decrease the digital divide in New London. During the pandemic, we saw a 40% increase in the use of ebooks by our community members. Are we able to provide them with ebooks? Yes, that one copy that we can get at the exorbitant price. However, having said that, some people may have to wait forever for that popular title or may never be able to access it because of the license, because the license expires in 2 years, or because of certain number of checkouts that are allowed. We're asking for fair pricing and fair terms so that libraries are able to provide equitable access to materials. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions at this time, we appreciate your testimony and have a wonderful evening. Up next, number 41, Devlin Hartline from the Hudson Institute Forum for Intellectual Property.
Good evening. My name is Devlin Hartline, and I'm legal fellow at the Hudson Institute's Forum for Intellectual Property in Washington, D.C. And I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to address SB 148, which would regulate the library ebook licensing marketplace in the state. I'm a copyright lawyer, so I'll focus on the copyright law issues with the bill. As I explained more fully in my written testimony, I oppose this bill because it would be unenforceable and unconstitutional under the Copyright Act. I appreciate that the committee would like to legislate in this area, but the bill is preempted under the Supremacy Clause because it conflicts with federal copyright law by interfering with ebook licensing. And the fact that the bill is couched in terms of state contract law does not make the conflict any less significant. And it's weird to say that copyright law is the problem, but the solution doesn't implicate copyright law. Of course it does. So advocates for the bill, what they want to do is make the markets for digital ebooks work the same way as the one for physical books. But publishers treat these markets differently because they're fundamentally different under federal copyright law. And that comes down to the distinction between sales and licenses, and the fact that digital distributions necessarily create new copies in the process. So libraries can set their own terms for loaning physical books because books are sold and the first sale doctrine kicks in. So copyright lawyers would say the sale extinguishes the publisher's distribution right in that copy. But with digital ebooks, by contrast, they are licensed. And so the first sale doctrine does not apply, and the publisher retains all of its rights in the ebooks. And so libraries can't loan out ebooks without permission. Even if they owned an ebook, they still couldn't distribute it online because, again, digital distributions necessarily make new copies, and the first sale doctrine does not apply to reproductions. So SB 148 is preempted because it conflicts with the Copyright Act. So federal law gives publishers the right to set the terms of their ebook licenses. And the bill interferes with this right. That's the whole point of the bill. Moreover, it creates state liability for a publisher who seeks to vindicate their rights under federal copyright law. So publishers are doing exactly what the Copyright Act empowers them to do. They're exercising their right to disseminate their works to the public for profit. And Congress has already balanced these competing interests. The states can't second guess Congress's judgment. These changes have to come from Congress. And since I'm the only one opposing the bill, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Oh, thank you so much for your testimony. Do I have any questions at this time? Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Last but not least, we have number 42, Chris Vanderhoof. Thank you for being here and hanging in.
Good evening, everybody. It's good to see you all. Chair is broken. My name is Chris Vanderhoof. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Daily Newspaper Association. And I was going to mention to the gentleman from Yale who said that this is the 4th year that he's been working on this issue. I've got a story for you, buddy. This is my 21st year working on this issue, and we submitted testimony. All the newspapers submitted testimony as well, so I will be brief. I'm not going to read through this, but I do have a couple of points I want to make sure that I hit. As I mentioned, we've been working on this for over 20 years, and through collaboration with our friends and colleagues at CCM and COST in the towns and cities, we have managed to make changes in the way that notices are published in Connecticut to make it more accessible and available. And I heard Betsy's example about issues with newspapers not publishing the notices on time. I'm going to reach out to her directly to find out why that's happening and where that's happening. We'll get to the bottom of that. But at the end of the day, our position has not changed. We believe public notices should be in more places, not fewer. We are certainly aware of the advances in technology that precipitates this issue. And the newspaper industry, as much as any industry, has had to adapt to a world where more and more people are online. Newspapers provide accessibility, independence, verifiability, and archivability. These are pillars of protecting the public's right to know what government is doing. And as we know, the online world does not provide those pillars. Lastly, we are aware and acknowledge that public notices are a source of revenue for the newspaper industry. However, our argument is that this is not a handout for towns and cities. This is a payment for a service for the placement and archiving of a notice for the general public. In addition to being printed in the newspaper, every newspaper in Connecticut uploads their notices to their digital product and to ctpublicnotices.org. This issue is not really about newspapers versus government websites. It's more about newspapers and newspaper websites versus government websites. Fundamentally, posting only on government websites reduces public access to information. And before, I'm happy to take any questions, and I know that the hour's late. I just wanted to provide some numbers. The Hartford Courant submitted testimony, and in that they put some data. Their print product is about 330,000 weekly readers, about 263,000 daily readers, and about 290,000 Sunday readers. Their digital edition is about 73,000 monthly and 22.9 million monthly page views. And Current.com has 1.4 million monthly users and 4.4 million monthly page views. And I tell you that not to make the case that newspapers are still important and people use them for their news. I tell you that because when you're thinking about public notices, that is the best way for somebody to accidentally come across something that's happening in their town is in the newspaper. When we all go online, we are going online for something specific, right? And so if you know to go to your town's website and you want to look for a public notice, that's fine. But you may be reading the newspaper and come across a notice that you were unaware of. And so we think that's vitally important for the most amount of people to get public notice in front of them. And so obviously we encourage you to not move this bill forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I do appreciate that you brought up accessibility, and I think there was another A in there, but the A that you didn't address was affordability. And that is what we continue to hear from our towns repeatedly, especially the towns that have had to, say, print their entire charter for tens of thousands of dollars and the hit that our towns are taking. Obviously, we've had this discussion before. We're having it again. I would love for this to be the last year that we have this discussion. If there is some sort of negotiation that could happen in which there is some substantial discount that could be provided at the newspapers, I would love to see that. I mean, our goal is certainly not to diminish newspapers, especially the small ones. I think I shared last year, former journalist, the last thing I want to have, our newspapers dying for any reason that we would do. But certainly, I know former Madam Chair heard this for years, and I'm now hearing this over and over again. So, happy to have more conversations about this. But I do think that now that it's in the hands of the court, we're going to have to really figure this out because the way our laws are currently written, I'm not sure that we are serving the people. And I think to the point of we go online for a purpose, I think those habits are changing. And I think TikTok is an argument against we go on for a purpose. Because I guess if the purpose is perhaps to be entertained or distracted, maybe that's the purpose, but
Sure.
you're certainly not there looking for anything specific if my children and frankly myself are any indication.
I would
But,
be curious what a TikTok about public notice might look like.
I know, and maybe we should try one. I've got Representative McCarthy Vahey and then Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here with us again. It's a worthy conversation. Public notice, access and affordability. We talk about that a lot in public health as well. The thing I wanted to ask you about is the ctpublicnotices.org.
Mhm.
Can you talk a little bit about that and how that works?
Sure. ctpublicnotices.org is run by Legacy, and they're the obituary company. They're an aggregator. Every newspaper in the state contracts with them for obituaries and publishing of that. And through that, we publish to ctpublicnotices.org, and they manage that.
So, which I did not realize that. Thank you for that answer. So who is kind of the governing body of that? I mean, you're contracting with them, but is that a national organization or?
Legacy is a national company that this is what they do for newspapers across the country, maybe even the world. I don't know a ton about the logistics of how it happens. I'm happy to get more information for you. But I know that through the publishing of the notice, it's a process that each paper has. But I'm happy to get more information on the logistics. I don't know enough about it.
Thank you. And that site is a place where all of those notices are aggregated.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's been one of my struggles with this issue. I'll share just an experience. A town I know recently made a change in their website, and all of the historical information was wiped away. And I think there were are conversations about trying to bring that back. But I just note that, and not for any kind of nefarious reason, I'm not implying that, simply just the logistics sometimes of making those changes and things that happen. So I do agree. And as our good leader here is aware, we have had some very valid conversations, and the issue of affordability is one we have to think about. But I just want us to be aware of that. The sense of aggregating is important, and kind of an outside of a town, whatever administration that may be, or logistics that may be in terms of capability, because each of our towns has different, and cities have different capacity. So I appreciate the conversation. I'm glad we're still having it. And I thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
And I think that every time we have it, the capabilities hopefully are getting better, but, you know, we've got another bill before us about merging everything, all of our town websites to .govs now that it's free. So I think that'll also sort of inform this conversation somewhat. So, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just following on Representative McCarthy Vahey's questioning, you had mentioned that putting it in newspapers had an archive effect or process. Can you explain how that archiving works, where it's archived, who has access to it, who controls it?
Sure. So an example would be any public notice that's published in today's Hartford Courant will for always been published in the February 21st, 2024 Hartford Courant. Hartford Courant has archives for every paper published as far back as the Hartford Courant was founded. So the Hartford Courant in that instance would be the owner of that archived public notice. And as we are all aware, in the case right now before the Supreme Court, which they have not yet opined on, but they did hear arguments on, is about, you know, the newspaper provided the archive proving that the public notice had been filed. Not commenting on that specific Fenwick case, but if there was a question about the legality of a notice, the archived Hartford Courant from today's Hartford Courant would suffice in court as proof that it was published on today. I think
Okay, well, out here in the sticks, we have very small newspapers. What happens if a newspaper who's archived your notices goes out of business?
the library has it. That's a good question, and I think it speaks to a larger.
Of course
issue.
it is.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to a larger issue about news deserts, and we're fortunate in the state of Connecticut that we don't have many of them. It's a bigger problem in larger states, but it is something that I know that the newspapers try their best to keep up with. I don't have an answer for you, but it's a good question, and it's a question that I'm going to take back to the publishers and ask for their thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would ask also regarding the CT public notices, I guess thinking about security, would there be, and this is probably a question you may have to take back, but like, what is their security like? And in terms of, I hear you when you say that the Hartford Courant archive is fairly sacred, but I just wonder, you know, things can be manipulated online. I just wonder if that would be something that could be manipulated online and you wouldn't know it until you went to look for it, kind of thing. So anyway.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I don't know the security, but I would posit back to you that that's a question we have for town websites.
Right,
as well.
absolutely. No, I'm just curious since that's where we currently are.
Yeah, no, I got
you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chris, thanks for leading and ending a long day. But you're right. This is an issue that has been going on for years after years. And I see the merits and the advocates of this bill from a cost savings and the impact on our municipalities, no doubt. I hear them. But to me, there are a lot of fundamental issues that reflects how we have to encounter technology as a whole that we have not yet solved. And I think we have to tread very carefully into this undertaking that may look very easy and very convenient, and all the answers and the niceties are there, but we've shown no ability to really understand the consequences of it. And the reason I say that is newspapers exist as a third rail of transparency, hopefully objectivity, but to ensure the public trust in regards to the objectivity and freedom of information. The example that was just brought up by Representative Vahey that may be innocent and no no active nefarious action. Municipalities are political entities that change. And what we saw in COVID was we did go through that exercise, and we did see the possibility, whether intended or not, there may be political powers in hand in our municipalities that seek to control and limit information. As much as we like to think that all of our municipalities and our municipal leaders have the best of intention, the best of transparency, we're human after all, and elections occur after all. How do we have the safeguard to ensure, if that is the only outlet of information, that we can guarantee true objectivity, true transparency in regards to the public getting information? I think it's important for us to kind of deliberate. We have deliberated long and hard. Sounds like really simple. Put it on our municipality sites and everything's great. But the reality is, what if one administration changes? What if there's unbecoming behavior and accusations? They still control access of it. What do you say to that from a standpoint of the important role that our newspapers, as they exist and their changing format, have a critical role in transparency, freedom of information, and objectivity?
Yeah, I think it's the independent third-party nature of the fact that it's the newspaper, right? For the town of Fairfield, if you were to take out a public notice, once it's in the paper, the town has fulfilled its requirement to do that, and now it's on the paper to provide the public information. The town can't change it, right? And so a concern would be that if you had a nefarious actor, and the vast majority of public officials in the state of Connecticut and most places are beyond reproach, but we've had problems in the past and they will happen again, to your point. If an independent third party, like a newspaper, is verifying the public notice and publishing the public notice, at that point, the town can't change it, right? If something's put on the town's website and nowhere else, in the event of a bad actor, they could change it, right? They could put it up for a short period of time, timestamp it, screenshot it, whatever you do, and then take it down. And you try to use that as some sort of verified source for publishing of the notice. So I think it's the third party verification that's key. I think it's the independence from being in the government, to your point, the third rail. I think it's vitally important for the public's trust in what the government's doing.
Connecticut has one of the strongest reputations in regards to its FOI advocacy. I'm curious to see, as we engage in this conversation, I wonder if they have stepped in regards to protecting that safeguard of objectivity, transparency in regards to public notices.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time with my friends over at CCFOI and the FOIC Commission, and they do yeoman's work. I think that there's a lot of moving pieces that they're chasing around this building, and this isn't on their desk, but they have, they've often opined on transparency in government for sure.
We may have to follow up and get some information. I want you to have an opportunity to counter. It was a informative exchange between the Connecticut Bar Association and their engagement and their united presentation in regards to advocating for this, then citing the Fenwick issue and the liability. And I did ask them, I was leaning toward that from the standpoint of liability should the error occur with this change occurring. And even with the public notice, they said the liability would still be with the town. But what would be your reaction to the Bar Association's unified support of this bill? What are they missing?
This is the first time I recall the Bar Association opining on this bill. I was able to hear some of his comments. I didn't hear all of them. I'm a little surprised, frankly, but I think that it's important to recognize that what is published in a newspaper cannot be changed later. And I think it would seem to me that it would be important as a lawyer or somebody that spends time in court, you would want the evidence before you to not have been able to have been doctored, right? And the liability, the truth of the matter is nobody wants it to get to a point where there's liability on this, right? The newspaper doesn't want to make a mistake where they're liable. And the town certainly isn't looking to make a mistake where they're liable. And so the liability piece, while I'm sure it's certainly important for the Bar Association, is not something that we've focused on in the past. We've focused on the transparency of what the government is doing. And in the instances of which I'm sure there are some where newspapers have made mistakes, Ms. Guerra's example earlier, needs to be shown light on. But this is the first time that I recall the Bar Association showing up on this, and I'm happy to have discussions with them. I thought his comments were thoughtful. The Fenwick case is an interesting case. We'll see what the state Supreme Court says about that, and that might change everything that we're doing here.
I appreciate that perspective, and it was new to me too. The last question is, you've been at this for a decade, and make no mistake about it, our newspaper industry has gone through dramatic transition, understanding the digital world and trying to find its place, the balance between print and digital access. You're also smart enough to know that this bill's been presented over and over and over again. There is momentum. There is tremendous pressure. Through you and your experience, has there been discussions of compromise, as the good chairwoman of the committee offered? Where can we find a balancing act where we can create a win-win dynamic, but also maintain that trust and confidentiality, not confidentiality, but the objectivity and transparency?
Yeah, I think that the point that the chair made regarding town budgets and these huge things that are required by either law or town charters, frankly, can be evaluated. The newspapers are interested in talking to the towns either through CCM and cost or through the individual leaders of the towns. We look at this as a partnership in providing information about the town is doing. So evaluating truncated notices is certainly something we've talked about in the past, and happy to have that conversation again. I can tell you that I think the publishers are interested in finding somewhere to go down that road. And I will tell you, Senator, you erred. It's not a decade, 2 decades I've been doing this issue, right? And I can tell you that personally, I'm interested in finding somewhere to go down the road, all right? So, we have certainly evaluated those types of things in the past. The devil's certainly in the details, but I'm happy to sit down and do it again and have nothing but utmost respect for TCM and cost and what they do.
Thank you, and I appreciate your efforts. You must have started this when you were 10. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chris, for your time.
Thank you, Senator.
So I just want to ask one final question because devil's advocate. So if the towns went directly to CT publication, publicnotices.org, and worked with them directly, and perhaps they offered a cost savings, that would short circuit the newspaper situation entirely and save the town's dollars, correct? Or could they not go directly to them?
I don't know if they could. I don't know why they probably couldn't. It wouldn't be free, of course.
Right.
It's
I'm
still
just saying,
publishing something.
I mean, someone had posited to me, one of the other, I won't say which, online news source, said, we'd love to be the only repository for the entire state, and we would do it for you at a cost. So I think that I just, I'm going to take you up on that discussion, and I would like to schedule a meeting between the chairs, CCM, costs, and yourself, and whoever in the newspaper world needs to join that meeting. Because I'll be honest, I think it would be fair to the towns, it would be fair to you, God knows, and it would be fair to all of us to come to some kind of solution with this, because yes, things are changing, but like you said, the Fenwick case could decide some things. And I think at the end of the day, the Fenwick case is really interesting because it's not about cost. It's about, are we meeting the law? Right. And are we actually reaching the people we need to reach? And I know there's some towns, they're still required to mail notices in addition to publishing in the newspaper. So I just hope that we can get to some sort of resolution this year for the benefit of all.
I am happy to follow up with your office tomorrow and get that meeting on the books.
I actually, while we were talking, just sent my lovely clerk an email to say, would you mind? So if you can, that would be great.
I'm happy to help you, happy to organize our side, and I appreciate your work on it.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of you who stayed with us all the way through the end. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody online. And with that, we have concluded our public hearing for today, February 21st. Thank you to everyone, especially our clerk.